And our bags. Yes. Inevitably, fall goes away.
Oh, are we recording or not? Not yet.
Yes, now.
Okay. Okay. In case you have your need, so you just open the door.
Yeah.
The restroom outside. Yeah.
Right. So the restrooms are out the door, to your left. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for being here this morning. I think I'll start by calling us to order, and asking for us to stand and give the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve our agenda this morning. To approve the agenda. Thank you. And a second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do I have to roll call that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any opposed? Great. So read the public comment section. Hello, is that right? You need to just read this aloud like normal? Yes. So moving to number 3, public comment section. The Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Public comment is limited to only those items listed on the special meeting agenda. Persons who wish to provide public comment will have 3 options to submit public comment. Submit through an online form, request to speak during the meeting via Zoom, and request during the meeting in person via the public comment card. The public may submit public comments for the strategic planning session on July 3rd, 2022 from 10 through 2 p.m. Comments received during this time will not be read during the meeting, but will be provided to the Board of Education. Please submit comments at, okay, so this is a link. Is that appearing on the screen by chance? HTTPS, or do I need to say that?
No, you can just read it as is on the agenda. I believe that's for the online form.
Okay, well, it is listed as a link on the form, so you want me to read the link? I can read the link by the time we decide. What we're
Thank
doing.
you.
https://bit.ly/S as in Sam, B as in board, O as in of, B as in education, 080122. Request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. During public comment, the meeting will pause for 1 minute to take requests to speak. The raise hand function is used to take requests during the public comment period. For online attendees, press the raise hand icon to add yourself to the queue. For phone attendees, dial *9. The meeting order will be determined based on the order of requests received. Individual speakers will be unmuted and called to speak. Request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card. Please complete the public comment card and submit the completed card to the designated drop box with the assistant to the superintendent. Okay, I assume Jennifer, you have the cards and they come back to you. Okay. No later than when the agenda section, board strategic planning, is called by the board president. Opportunities for public comment are offered at the start of the board strategic planning session only for matters on the agenda. The Board of Education reserves the right to add a public comment period prior to any individual item on the agenda. 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes for each subject matter. However, in the event there are more than 4 speakers on the same subject, the board president retains the discretion to adjust and limit the time allocated to each speaker to ensure that all wishing to speak will be heard within the 20-minute allotment. Are there any communications from the audience regarding matters on the agenda? It should be made at this time. Okay. And no one online?
And President Bubble, there are no attendees online.
Well, with that, I'm going to call the board strategic planning agenda item, where we will participate in a strategic planning session. discussion facilitated by Dr. Sophia, say that last name again? Yeah, okay. We couldn't, we were having a phonetics. I learned phonetics with CSBA. So we are now at our discussion item, and I'm going to turn it over to Linda to introduce Sophia.
Thank you, President Caldwell, members of the Board of Education, the Executive Committee. This morning, we are exceptionally pleased to introduce Dr. Sophia Yo, who is our CSBA facilitator. Dr. Yo has extensive experience as a leadership consultant. Not only does she have her own company, she is an author, and she has been a board member in the Oak Park School District for 7 years. So she understands the work that the board is doing intimately. And she also understands it from a more global perspective in terms of her work with the California School Boards Association. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Sophia Yo.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and happy Monday. I always have to check the calendar to see what day is it and check to see what location am I at. It is wonderful to meet you in person. Some of you have had the pleasure of speaking to on the phone. Some of you have met at CSBA events and trainings and professional development opportunities. So thank you so much for your support and for your dedication to your students. I remember when I was appointed, I felt so honored that I was picked, that I was selected. And then I had gone to my very first meeting as a board member, and I had been going to board meetings as a parent, as a very involved parent. I was part of the PFA, Parent Faculty Association. I was vice president and president. And so I was involved with the work, but from a different lens, I had a very different perspective. And so at my very first meeting, and I sat there and we had the full audience, the organizational meeting in December, and I felt the pressure and the responsibility. I did, because I thought, okay, now I'm on this side. Now I get to influence and hopefully contribute to the education of all the children, not just the 2 that I have in the district. Because as a parent, it's easy to just fight for your own kids, right? You advocate for your kids. But when you serve on the Board of Education, when you're in the field of education, then all the children become your children. And so all the 45, 52 students that we had, I felt at that particular moment, now that's my responsibility. I have to make good decisions. I have to be prepared. And the amount of reading, I'll never forget. Because we would get the packets on Friday. This is when we still had the hard copy packets delivered by our wonderful executive assistant. I remember Friday afternoon, the packets would come in. And that weekend, I just read and tried to understand and formulate my question. And so I felt really that responsibility. You know, they say with power comes responsibility. It is so true, right? And the other aspect of it that I learned, because I started taking Masters in Governance, and that was my introduction to CSBA, what I learned was that individually, I had absolutely no power. And my power came in when I came together with the other 4 board members. And I found that, I found it empowering, knowing that now I had 4 other colleagues and we could all work together to create the most incredible environment, loving environment for our students. So it was a pleasure to have the opportunity to serve on the Board of Education. I can tell you that the work has changed in the sense that your work, your meetings that are your meetings in public have become more public than they have been in the past. And so there are extra pressures on the board, on the governance team. And I always refer to all of you as the governance team because it takes the board members and the superintendent to come together to make the decision. And of course, with the support of the cabinet. So I'm so glad that you have members of your executive cabinet here. And then, of course, your executive assistant who does so much behind the scenes. Thank you, Jennifer. It does take a village, and we all need to work together if we want to move any district forward. So thank you again for your commitment. My biggest job, I'll always say, is being a mom. That's the most rewarding, the job that I'm very proud of. They're young adults. And so Nilufar is 22 and Bijan is 20 today. So when you called to schedule today's schedule, I thought, do I take it, do I not? Because we make celebrations really special. It's just part of our family culture. And so, of course, I talked to him and I talked to my family and everyone said, no, just go, we'll do dinner. So he's 20 today. And I learned so much serving on the board on what goes on behind the scenes that nobody sees. Like your community may come to the meeting, they may see what you do, but there's so much that happens that they don't see, led by your superintendent and the staff. So I learned all of that as well. So today what you can expect is a day of participation, engagement. It's your day to ask questions, to get involved. I'm not really here to lecture. I have absolutely nothing to lecture you. There's so much I can learn from all of you. But my job is to facilitate conversations and keep you on track with what we have on the agenda. Let me tell you what we have on the agenda. I don't know if you can put this on the screen, the agenda. Is it possible? This is the new one, the edited, the latest version. I hope the old one, I'll hold your packet, I don't hold it, but I did pull them out because I made some last minute changes. Nothing to the content, but the order. So don't worry about, I'll explain what you're going to do. So while that's going on the screen, you are going to hear from your superintendent. You will hear from Linda. And before we begin, is it okay to go by first name? For workshops, I prefer to do first names. If anyone has trouble with it, please do let me know. I don't mind calling you by your last name or as a trustee. So what we're going to do today is taking a look at where you have done the past year. Whenever we're setting goals, revisiting goals, it's important to see where we have been, and then we'll come together and see where we are now, and then where are we going.
Are you one?
It's just me.
But I'm not the
Okay.
one talking. And I already had my coffee.
Oh, okay. All right. So what you can expect then is a day of participation, engagement, asking questions, coming up with ideas. We will go over some meeting guidelines for this particular meeting. I will ask you to select from, and I'll explain what's in your folder, but each of you will select one. Thank you. One of the meeting guidelines that we are going to respect, and we are going to allow the list to really guide our meeting. And so you'll have an opportunity to do that. It's all in your folder. But once we get the agenda up, I can explain what you can expect. You're going, as I said, to look at what you have done. So the goals that you have achieved, your strategic plan. Linda is going to give us an overview of where you have been, what you have done. And based on that, then we'll start really diving into what you have for your for today's work. Before that, before we begin all that, your president has something that's very special that she's going to open the session with, and that's really going to set the tone for the day for us. We're going to spend today together. We want to make it as beneficial and positive and inspiring for all of us. And so Jeannie has put together something that she's going to share with us, and we can do that while we're getting the agenda up, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
It's up.
Well,
Okay,
it was,
we can look at
you
it.
want to talk, yeah,
Sure.
shall we go through it and then,
Yeah,
yeah.
Stephen, right? Okay. Sure, thank you. Thank you so much for our technology. That's not the one that I passed. Yeah, that's not the one, Stephen, because it has the highlighted. Well, if you go to mine, the one that I passed.
Oh,
Thank you. All right, so you can start.
Shall I
Jane.
start?
Yes,
Because, you
please.
know, this might take a little while.
Sure, you can start.
Okay, so first of all, welcome back. I'm gonna turn this way just because I don't want to have my side to you. So no, it's okay. Nope, I'll, if you don't mind my side to you, I can. So first, I hope everybody had a nice July off. I know that board members don't get a lot of time off, and so I trust that you enjoyed your July. So I had a great July, as many of you know. I went to Europe, and you know, it was actually a trip originally planned in 2020. There's a little pandemic that got in the way of going in 2020, and so
it was rescheduled for July of 2022. It was a trip that was, more than probably any other trip I've been on, heavily planned. And the incremental 2 years really just helped that. So the focus of the trip was World War II. And prior to planning the first one in 2020, I probably spent 2 years reading and studying about World War II. And then because of the pandemic, I got an extra 2 years to study about World War II. And quite frankly, I still haven't given it up. So, and when I say read and study, please don't think I'm an academic. I am not. I read historical fiction, and whatever facts happen to come out of that, it's what I like. And the reason I like historical fiction is because I find that those books put you in the time. It helps you sort of experience what was going on in what, feels like a real and historic way. So the first part of my trip actually was to visit the beaches of Normandy. And it's been, for many Americans, going to the beaches of Normandy is a bucket list kind of item. And by the way, I highly recommend it. So I, kind of think that if you ever thought about doing it, you do. And hopefully maybe a little of what I say today, if you haven't thought about it, will, sort of push you over the edge. But there are a lot of things about World War II and Normandy in particular that have lessons to all of us, and more so, even having gone and visited it now. They say that it is the #1 most studied military maneuver in world history. So what our American leadership did with allies, really turned the tide of World War II. And it was, kind of against all odds. Some of you have probably heard me talk about in my life, one of the most formative events for me was when I was in 9th grade in high school. And it's a Disney movie, I'm not kidding, but it's like we were a tiny little basketball team. And, against all odds, we won the state championship. And this, by the way, was well before there was 3-point shots, just so you can put this in perspective. And we won it with a center court shot on the buzzer. I mean, it's like honestly, it formed everything in my life. I've always been a positive person, but I became infinitely more positive as a result of that. I never believe even the most difficult task is impossible to do. It really formed the adult I was to become. And in my mind, World War II sort of does much the same thing, and the Battle of Normandy too. And as I was reading about Normandy in particular, there's a lot of studies too about how the soldiers from World War II came back and who they were as a result of their experience in World War II. And I don't want to liken a basketball game to, storming the beaches of Normandy, because, clearly that's not a great comparison. But I think in many ways, the outcome is kind of the same. So let me take you just a little bit back. So I apologize for the history lesson in advance, but hopefully, it helps kind of understand a little bit. So World War II lasted 6 years and 1 day, just an unbelievable amount of time. It's often described as the war to end all wars. It is, and I think still to this day, many people still refer to it as that. After significant loss of American life in World War I and tremendous ongoing economic impact of the Great Depression, the U.S. did not want to fight in Europe. They don't want to send soldiers to Europe at all. They were concerned about the loss of life in World War I, and they were, just coming out of the Depression. They didn't have money to be able to, think about the sacrifice, the economic sacrifice that would be required. Then on December 7th of 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. And, overnight, American sentiment galvanized to wanting to stop the oppression that at the time was happening in World War II. It was not too dissimilar from how 9/11 in our lifetimes affected us. It was very much the same. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt claimed that the attack on Pearl Harbor would live in infamy. In other words, you hear quite a lot. 5 US battleships were damaged or destroyed, 180 aircraft were destroyed, and more than 2,300 military personnel were killed. Pearl Harbor was and still is the most important naval base in the Pacific and the home to the US fleet. The big highlight that came out of that is America wasn't ready for war. I mean, it was a disaster. The general responsible for Pearl Harbor at the time, our naval base, was relieved of duty. It was that bad. Now, granted, he was probably a scapegoat, and there's a whole bunch of history about how others knew and could have informed him. But, you know, as a leader, it really doesn't matter. Your job is to be ready, and we clearly weren't ready. So almost immediately after that, Dwight D. Eisenhower was appointed as the Supreme Allied Commander of all World War II Allied forces. Historians credit an extraordinary cast of supporting leaders. And that supporting cast, that whole group, planned what was to be known as the decisive end to World War II. General Eisenhower explained the critical importance of an Allied victory in a letter to his son as, "No other war in history has so definitively lined up the forces of arbitrary oppression and dictatorship against those of human rights and individual liberty." Planning for Operation Overlord, Normandy, now known as D-Day, began in May of 1943. Ike liked to quote an old Army maxim, "Plans are worthless, but planning is everything," recognizing nothing is going to happen the way you're planning it. He also pointed out that the operation is planned as a victory, and that's the way it's going to be. We're throwing everything we have into it, and we're going to make it a success. Everything we have meant the Allied preparation was unprecedented, with more men, more ships, more plans, more equipment and materials than had ever been assembled for a single assault. Thousands of questions were asked, answered, and scrutinized. Historians have likened the preparation to a plan to move a small city in the span of about 36 hours. On the night of June 5th, 1944, the decision to go or not was squarely on Eisenhower's shoulders. One report from that night said Ike appeared to be bowed down with worry, as though each of the 4 stars on either shoulder weighed a ton. Despite meticulous planning, the decision to go came down to the one thing that could not be planned, the weather, and it was bad. D-Day was originally planned for June the 5th, but bad weather had already delayed it by 1 day. This was a terrible thing for the troops who anxiously waited on trips in angry oceans. They say that about 60 to 70% of all of the troops were seasick with extreme nausea by the time this happened. The invasion itself wasn't a secret to the Germans, only the date and the location. So certain were the Germans that the invasion would not occur on June 6th that Hitler planned war games, which took all of the senior leaders, the German airplanes, and the very effective panzer tanks of the German army to Rennes, 2 hours from Normandy. His number 2, General Rommel, left France for Germany on June 5th to celebrate his wife's birthday, which was June 6th. On the evening of June 5th, Hitler then took the sedative prior to going to bed and gave strict orders not to be awakened. Meanwhile, at Allied headquarters, the Allied leadership team met to make the go, no-go decision. At exactly 9:30 p.m., British Chief Meteorologist Captain James Martin Stagg opened the briefing. He and his team had no satellites, no weather radar, no computer modeling to rely on, but they were good and I trusted them. They were asked to predict the timing and track the strength and distance of the storms. Stagg announced some rapid and unexpected developments that added up to a break in the weather. Ike told his commanders it was still a huge gamble, yet all said go. It was then up to Ike. Here, historians say that he took some time to make the final decision, but his decision was, "I am quite positive we must give the order." I don't like it, but there it is. In the book, The Greatest Generation, Tom Brokaw said there has never been a military operation remotely approaching the scale and complexity of D-Day. It involved 176,000 trips, more than 12,000 planes, 10,000 boats and other landing craft, and many, many other special combat vessels, all involved in a surprise attack on the heavily fortified coast of France, north coast of France, to secure a beachhead in the heart of enemy-held territory so that the march to Germany and victory could begin. It was daring, risky, confusing, bloody, and ultimately glorious. Martha Gellhorn, the first female journalist to report on D-Day, someone I'm actually particularly fond of because she was denied access to the war. They wouldn't let her go. So she decided to stow away on one of the trips, which is what she did. She was the only woman at D-Day. So she reported that everyone was violently busy on that crowded, dangerous shore. Pebbles were the size of apples and feet deep, and we stumbled up a road that a huge road shovel was scooping out as they went. We walked with the utmost care between narrowly placed white tape lines that marked the mine-cleared paths. 4,400 Allied servicemen died in the assault, and 7,500 more were wounded or went missing. America made up almost 2/3 of the overall casualties, 6,600. That was just the first day of the Battle of Normandy. By the time Normandy was secured, 65 days later, 425,000 casualties had been inflicted on both sides. So many of our soldiers died there that the beaches are often depicted as red on the day in the invasion. As we approached Omaha Beach on July 4th, where it just happened to be the way that our schedule let it, allowed for it, we were surprised to see that there were a large number of children riding go-kart type vehicles pulled by a tractor on the beach. Most Americans consider the beaches of Normandy as sacred ground. Our French guide, anticipating our reaction, quickly pointed out that we might feel offended, but reminded us that the Allied soldiers who died on those beaches did so to protect freedom. What better way to celebrate that freedom than with the laughter of children, which was really clever on his part, I have to say, because we were all a little like, what is this? So with that, we walked onto the beach. Walking onto the beach, the history and loss that occurred there hits you immediately. The enduring imprint of being engaged, being there at such a key touch point of history is really overwhelming. So when I was on the board before, it was the practice of board members to bring back from their vacations souvenirs for the other board members. Standing on the beaches, for whatever reason, that popped into my head. So I decided to do that. Customs, our customs, US Customs, doesn't allow the transport of dirt and sand into the US. However, there is no such rule about shells and rocks, which may have had a little bit of sand attached. So I picked up shells and sand for each of you. I hope that you will enjoy a little connection to those beaches. So before I give it to you, I just want you to know I am not a crafty person. I don't do crafts at all. I hate that. So this is literally the best I could possibly do.
What you're saying.
There was more. This is just getting started. There is sand here. I told you that. Never let me beat that. One thing you should know about me is if I want something, it will happen.
I love that. That's tenacity. Thank you, Jen.
So just because, you might feel like I'm walking you down, just a history lesson, it's of course not. I'm going to pass around some lessons of Normandy that hopefully we can think about today. More? There's one coming around this way. I have one more, but I need it. So I thought that some of these, today as we start, do we have everything we need? Okay, yeah. As we start talking about our own plans, I mean, clearly we're not planning, freeing the Western world, that's not really what our job is today. But it's probably no less important, particularly to our community and the children in San Marino. And I think that there's some really important lessons that came out of Normandy, and by no means are these all the lessons. That would, that's a PhD program for us to go through that. But I thought that there were a few that might be helpful for all of us to sort of think about and recognize. Some of my favorite one, actually, and this is one I employ in my professional life quite a lot. Great ideas can come from everyone. One of the things that was a huge issue when the troops landed on Normandy is when you see Normandy, the way that farmers over 1,000 years had defined their properties was not with fences, which is what we're used to, it's with hedgerows. And so there are very thick shrubs, bushes sort of that outline everyone's farm area. These hedgerows were so thick that our tanks couldn't get through them. And it's literally the only way you can advance in Normandy is to go through those hedgerows. So a young sergeant, his name was Curtis Grubb Coolin III, came up with the idea of attaching these, oh, look at that. Thank you. So you may have seen pictures if you've watched any movies about, our troops landing on Normandy. There are these things that look a little bit like jacks on the beach, lots of them. And these things were unbelievably heavy, huge. They actually went into the water and they were designed both to impede the troops' travel across the beach, but they were in the water so that in hopes that our boats would come up against them and sink the boats. So there were lots and lots and lots of them on this 26-mile stretch of beach. And, it really was a core part of, of the German strategy to keep us off the beaches. But anyway, this young sergeant had the idea of welding those spikes to the front of our tanks. And so that's what happened. And so they, literally on their own, no leader made any announcement to do that. There's like, got a problem, got to fix it. So they welded the spikes to the front of the tank. And that's what pushed through the hedgerows and allowed us to move, not unimpeded, but, with ease through those tanks. And if you knew anything about the level of planning for Normandy, it's almost unbelievable that we didn't know that those hedgerows were there. But they just didn't show up on camera. They didn't show up in the pictures. You could see the lines, but you couldn't tell the density of them. And it's not what happens in England with or anyone else's sort of, frame of reference. So they just didn't know. Agility is critical to understanding urgent issues. Germans had to go through this unbelievable amount of bureaucracy before they could pivot in a new direction. In fact, the word pivot probably is not even made. It's probably not even a German word. Yeah, y'all can look it up. I guess it is, but they don't use it. The bureaucracy included movement of troops and equipment, and it almost always required Hitler's direct approval. So it's like you kind of think about, like just this path of getting approval. If you've ever had to get approval for anything, if it goes through more than 2 levels, I mean, you just give up. Fear is detrimental to the goal and objective. Hitler was known for his tirades. So intense were his reactions that his staff was hesitant to awaken him on the night of July 6th to even let him know that the Allied invasion may have begun. Reports were considered somewhat unreliable, and critical hours were lost in establishing the German defense after the invasion began. German General Rommel was quoted as saying the war is lost within 24 hours of the invasion. He knew that this was going to be the end. And it was largely because of that, because there was so much delay. He probably would have lost anyway. Most people believe that the Allied invasion would have resulted even with a stronger German defense, because clearly that was expected. But it was very clear that they had no ability to do what they needed to do. Planning is everything, the plan is nothing. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This quote's attributed to General Eisenhower. And it's generally interpreted to mean that as important as preparation is, you can only prepare so much. And I think part of what happens in preparation is whatever the outcome, you've likely already studied it or some part of it, and you have some idea of a plan for resolution. And that's the military way. That's kind of how our Army in particular thinks about planning in battle. Is you plan, and then hopefully that planning results in a way that you can, be better, make it work. The other one, share the glory and assume responsibility. On June 5th, so again, the battle actually occurred on June 6th. In the event of failure, and again, Eisenhower planned as a victory, he sold it as a victory, he demanded that people think of it as a victory. But as the leader, he had to realize that maybe they wouldn't succeed. There were a million reasons why they wouldn't succeed, the weather not the least of them. But he penned a letter, which he inadvertently dated July 5th. But in it, he took full blame for the loss. And the reason that he did that is, he really felt that if something were to happen, the blame would go to that British major that gave the weather forecast. And he didn't believe it should, yet he made the best forecast possible with, no satellites, no computer, like none of the stuff, no Doppler, that none of the stuff we're used to. He had to make that decision. And General Eisenhower felt like, he took all of those facts and he made the best decision he could based on that. And if something went wrong, it was clearly his fault. Mentorship is key. Major General Fox Connor, who probably most of us have never even heard of, was a veteran of the Spanish-American War and World War I. He served as a mentor to 3 men. One was an officer he met on a train whom Connor saw a lot of potential in, but also some personality issues. The second was a good officer who knew nothing about warfare. And the third, Connor met in World War I. He set aside time every week for them to come and talk to him. The 3 were George Patton, Dwight Eisenhower, and George C. Marshall. He not only mentored, but molded all 3 of the men who ended up playing enormous roles in World War II. In turn, Marshall encouraged Eisenhower to mentor General Omar Bradley. It's a really important part about mentorship and having somebody who helps make sure you're ready. People matter. Management guru Peter Drucker, in his book, How to Make People Decisions, observed that when the U.S. entered World War II, almost every one of its senior officers was past retirement age and in the military deemed no longer fit for duty. Probably fit for command. Probably not the best way to refer to them, but nonetheless, that's just kind of the black and white nature of the military. Yet when the war was over, the U.S. Army had a large group of competent officers. The leaders were powerful examples of the importance of picking the right people to be leaders. So it's kind of looking for those skills. For many of the men who served in World War II, the war didn't end when they came home, and neither did the lessons they learned. Historian Stephen Ambrose, who actually he was the brain behind the World War II Museum in New Orleans, if you've had a chance to be there. And he's written numerous books that if you ever want to, he actually writes real history, not historical history. But he's, phenomenal at it. Noted that when he went deer hunting as a teenager with returning World War II soldiers, they hunted differently. They hunted as a team. This generation is the one that comes home and builds the United States into the most prosperous economy and nation the world has ever seen. The Allied success was attributed to the adoption of what they termed the 4 cornerstones of trust. Those cornerstones were, or are, shared values, clarity of purpose, skills mastery, and proven performance. So hopefully somewhere in here you see some elements of us. So that's it.
Goodness.
Amazing.
Oh, thank you.
No. Thank you. It was a real, it was moving to be there, and it's kind of nice to share it. And, it'll all be interesting if we can find the link from Normandy to our strategic planning and visioning retreat here. But nonetheless, they're really great lessons, and hopefully they help inform you some too.
Thank you so much.
Can I share my comment?
Of course.
Well, since you're talking about Normandy, I want to talk about the end of the world. Hiroshima, because my father was there.
Oh.
Yeah. So my father he's not a Japanese. He's not American. He's a Taiwanese. But he went to the Japan for medical school education. But end up, unfortunately, after he finished the school, he was sent to the Hiroshima, and then luckily, he did not die because he was not in the center. So, but after he told me that after he see the mushroom, and then later he had to, help for rescue for the victim. The reason I mentioned about this, I agree you said, I think the human being, they really have a mutual understanding, they share the value, clarity of the purpose, and also, the leader, they really need have a skill, to make decision. But when my father come back in his life, 62 years old, I never heard he complain about he was the Hiroshima. Yeah, I think he feel the human being, the past is past. Always have to give the forgiveness, because if you see the World War One or two, you want to prevent. I think it's very important. I think the education and then need to the educate people. So I see besides he doing the medicine, he spent a lot of time in the Rotary Club, in the Taiwan, because he think he want to help. Yeah, actually, in Taiwan, after World War II is very poor, so they also depend a lot of financial aid from the U.S. Like so he think each country, you need to. I think they need to have a good leader, and then the most important is education. Educate your country people, and see the people a very clear the goal, what they can survive, or even if became the promising. And so I'm glad today you share this. Yeah,
I've known Joseph for decades, and I didn't know that. Because I probably would have put something in about Hiroshima if I'd known. But, just kind of along your point of forgiveness and learning, I mean, the US did fund a lot of the rebuilding in Japan. But more importantly than that, I mean, they're US allies today, as is Germany. And so, education, forgiveness, kind of mutual understanding, I mean, goes a really, really long way.
but I also have a complaint because my father is very tall. So I said that maybe it's
The nuclear.
That is hilarious.
That's awesome, Joseph.
Thank you for sharing. That was wonderful. Jeannie, the opening and setting the tone for the day, leadership lessons from Normandy is just incredible. And when you look at the four cornerstones of trust, they apply to any situation, any organization, education or not. We talk about shared values when we talk about good governance, effective governance. We talk about clarity of purpose. What is your purpose? And having that shared common purpose. Skills mastery, of course, and human performance. So we are going to look at each of these as well today with our work that's ahead. Let's take a look at the agenda, and then we are going to talk about the working. So let's begin. We are at the welcome overview kind of segment right now. We're going to talk about teamwork. You're going to take a questionnaire, the working style questionnaire. I don't know if you have done that. Have you done that in the past? Has anyone? Okay. So it was designed for board members. Okay. It was designed for board members. It's wonderful because it's short, it's easy to take, and it will give us categories that we can talk about on what your style is and how you can work with those who are different from you. We're going to talk about unity of purpose and how that sets the tone for culture. and can lead to trust. It's interesting that you mentioned Peter Drucker, Jeannie, because Peter Drucker once said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it doesn't matter what strategies you have. If your culture does not support it, it's just useless, right? So we'll talk about that. We are going to actually begin. So it's a bit of a reverse. We're going to begin with Linda giving you an overview of your strategic plan, the goals that you have achieved in the past year. And then we are going to continue on with the agenda, and you'll see that what's there is your review, edit, affirm your mission, your vision, your setting direction document, right? And then we'll look at some goals. In the afternoon, we're going to look at roles and responsibilities of governance, both the superintendent and the board. You should be very familiar with those. It will be just kind of a review. And what does balanced governance mean? And what do we need to create that balanced governance? And by then, 2:45, we should be ready to do a recap of the workshop and next steps. Following the workshop, probably in the next couple of weeks, not sooner than that, I don't think, you will get a memo that summarizes all of your conversations. So everything that we talked about, you'll get as a memo. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Linda to give us an overview of your strategic plan.
Thank you so much, Sapita. I sincerely appreciate that introduction and overview of the agenda. And President Caldwell, that was an amazing way to start our day. In looking at the 4 cornerstones of trust, I just want to go back to that for one quick second. One of the things that I learned from Davis Campbell, who worked with Michael Fullen, a very well-known education author, is that school boards and district teams need to have unity of purpose and a shared moral imperative. And those 2 things are critical for any school district's success moving forward. And so what we do today together as a team is critical. It is hugely important in terms of setting the direction for the school district going forward for this year. And it's impossible to know where you're going if you don't take a look back at where you've been. And with that, I want to take the board on just a brief review of what we did last year and the reasons why we did what we did last year. So as everyone here knows, we had to face a global pandemic that was unprecedented as an educational organization. And so that was the reason for the departure of what we have done in years past in terms of reviewing our mission, our vision, our strategic plan. We found that as a result of the pandemic, the school district had needs that we had to address that were urgent and really important and critical. So on July 30th of 2021, the Board of Education came together as a team in this room to really look at what we needed to do in order to address the needs of our students and staff coming off the heels of the pandemic. On August 4th, 2021, our leadership team came together to align our goals to those of the Board of Education. And then, of course, we started school last year on August 11th with that in mind. On February 2nd of 2022, we held our first ever presentation of the school district State of the Schools address, which included and incorporated all of the goals and objectives that were initially established by the Board of Education and implemented by the superintendent and her team. So goal number 1 was to effectively address the social emotional well-being of our students and our staff members. We knew that our students were isolated for a very long period of time. Many of them were experiencing depression and social anxiety, and that was a big need for us to address. In addition to that, our staff were in the same situation. And so these are the action steps that we took in order to address those 2 important needs. We developed a plan to support the physical, social, and emotional well-being of students and staff. And the funding for this was supported by the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. And thank goodness for that money. We also continued the WeTip reporting program, which is an anonymous call that students and staff or community members for that matter can make to report any type of bullying behaviors or anything that they believe the school needs to address in a confidential and anonymous way. We also have another avenue for our principals, and that is to allow individuals to report issues on their websites. And so those issues are typically investigated either by the principals or assistant principals as expeditiously as possible. We continued with our web program. We have a Safe School Ambassadors program at Huntington Middle School. We have Lead Crew at the high school. We did a lot of work on revamping our wellness centers at both San Marino High School and Huntington Middle Schools. We trained our new counselors. We provided MFT interns. We offered EAP, which is Employee Assistance Program, at no cost to our employees. We're continuing with Care Solace, which is a referral system for mental health services. And then we issued the Cal Schools annual survey. So goal number 2 was to address learning regression and variability caused by the pandemic. And so one of the things, and I'm not going to read this because it's going to take too long, but one of the things that we addressed right away was having the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services work with the committee of professional educators to come up with a diagnostic tool that could also be used to address learning regression and variability. And so at the elementary schools, the tools that were selected is iReady, and that has been implemented and is working. And then we're going to do the same process with the secondary schools as well. So there were interventions. We have one-time funding that helped us to fund and support learning regression and variability programs and interventions. So goal number 3, provide professional development for certificated, classified, and administrative staff. We know, based on research, that one of the most important things that we can do as an organization is to invest in our human resources. We know that 85% of our budget is allocated for human resources, and we are a people business, so to speak, right? So it is important that we have our professional educators receive training and in service on the latest and best professional practices. And that is something that our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services has worked really hard on this past year through UDL in service, PBIS, MTSS, and a variety of other things. We've also made sure that our technology skills are up to par. Dr. Choi has been responsible for much of that. And then, of course, training for our instructional aides that are dealing with and addressing the needs of our special needs students. And goal 4 was to develop a plan for long-term fiscal health and sustainability. And we have done a lot of work in that area. As you know, we have set aside monies and committed money that we received in the form of one-time funds to be able to be used to help us offset the COP payments that everyone is aware of related to the Barnes Athletics Complex. And in addition to that, you know, in the past, when we've had a parcel tax fail, that was very eye-opening for us. We recognized the need to have a reserve that would allow us to take more time to thoughtfully plan for reductions in force instead of having to pivot at the drop of a dime. And the community really feels that when we have to ask them for monies to bring back teachers that we lay off. So I want to thank the board, first of all, for their commitment to those goals. The support that they provided to our cabinet really was very instrumental in making sure that we were able to accomplish all 4 of those goals. And one of the things that we're doing as an administrative team is we are reading, and I don't know if I have it here with me, we're reading a book called The 4 Disciplines of you have it? Execution for educators. So there's 2 versions of this book. Thank you. This one is the more generic version of the book. but there is one specifically for educators that happens to not be in print anymore. I found that out. But it talks about developing wildly important goals and really prioritizing the goals that any organization or school district comes up with. Because if you have 10 or 15 goals, it's very likely that you're not going to be able to achieve all of those goals. So you really need to take a hard look at the organization and determine what is the most important and really focus on prioritizing that. And I know that that's something that we can all do today. I'm super excited about the process, and under President Caldwell's leadership and Sapita Yo's leadership, we're going to get through this day. It's going to be wonderful. And that will give our executive team the information that we need to be successful for the next 2 days. We're going to spend the next 2 days at UCLA with our leadership team, including principals, directors, assistant principals. And we're going to take whatever we walk away with here today to that team, and we're going to align our school site and district goals to those of the Board of Education, so that we can make sure that we are doing the work that this board decides we need to do. So the Board of Education decides the what, and we decide the how. We're going to figure out how to meet the needs and goals of the Board of Education. So thank you so much for your willingness to be here today, to commit to this process, and to work with us as a team. This is so important for the rest of the year, and the countdown has begun. Literally, we are just counting down the days to the start of school, and I'm so excited about that this year. It is going to be wonderful. I feel like we have the absolute best team that we have had in 33 years sitting right here before you. So thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. And Sapita, I'm going to turn it right back over to you.
Of course. So we echo the 33 years. I mean, I wasn't here for all 33 of those, so I can't, but you all are fabulous, including you, Linda. So
Thank you.
thank you. I feel a little guilty being in here, knowing, like all the goals that you all worked on for last year. I mean, as someone sitting on the sidelines, I had no idea what was involved to transition from the pandemic to, more or less school starting. And looking at that list, it's phenomenal. What had to happen. Well, you thought of it, and that was phenomenal, but there was a plan against it as well. And anyway, congratulations to all of you for that, because that's truly huge. And I think it's what allows us to position today to further this, because that structural support, that foundation, has allowed that segue. So
I totally agree. And thank you for saying that. And I just want to take you back real quick. I'm so sorry. And then I promise Sapita will turn it over to you.
Perfect. What we need to do.
Our executive team. Oh, wait, here we go. Our executive team worked really hard on coming up with that logo you see on the left-hand side for this year, because every year we come up with a district theme. And when I say district, I'm talking about school district, including all 4 schools. Last year, it was Rising Together. And this year, it is sort of a return to our fundamental core values. And that is demonstrating excellence in education in the 4 A's, which are academics, athletics, arts, and activities. And so we were able to put together this logo, which I think really illustrates that. And so you will see that on some of the materials that Jennifer Delatorre placed on your chairs today. And we are really going to point to this and allow this to be our guide this year, and really focus on the board's goals with that in mind. So I just wanted to share that with you, because that does not in any way replace our logo with the 3 towers. It simply augments it with this year's focus and theme.
It's awesome.
I love the
puzzle.
Yeah, I really have to say the
And the
team
puzzle
gets
pieces.
credit for that. They worked really hard on it. They put it together and it's beautiful. It looks great. Yes, Mrs. Ryan.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment on that logo. I think it's wonderful because it balances the academics, athletics, arts, and activities in this puzzle.
You're scaring.
I was like,
I knew a typo. Where's the correction that was going in?
wow, I didn't like it.
You do. Yeah.
But really, it's a balance and that whole child piece that everyone should see. And if you flip to, I think, goal 3. can you flip that
Yes.
for me? And so when we're looking at that, for myself, as an educator and as an administrator, I'm looking at all of this and it aligns with those pieces because it addresses through the professional development, all the things that we're doing to address not only the whole child, but the child where he or she is at in terms of whether they are special education students, they're English language learners, they're your gifted students. And so as we address all children and we move forward, we're not leaving any children behind. So all means all. So
Yes, that's
I really love what you've done here. And I just wanted to point that out. I see the balance in that whole.
I like that sentence too. All means all.
Yeah,
That's good.
that is
means-
good.
That we need to capture somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
that's going on a t-shirt somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm also hearing is actually saying each and every student.
Yes.
Because all sometimes, some individuals may not feel like you're being part of all, but I'm seeing that as well. Since you shared that, Shelley, let's go around. I want to hear from the rest of the board, from your colleagues, on reactions to the goals. And congratulations on coming up with such clear goals and the action plans. Of course, the board comes up with the what needs to happen, the goals, objectives, and the team, the administrative team under the leadership of the superintendent comes up with how it's done. So you never get in that action plan of what needs to happen. You always have the overarching goals, and then the team will come up with action plan. Great list, 4 goals, usually 3, 4 goals is perfect. We don't want to have any more than that, because as you mentioned, and it is true that we want to do so much, right? But what can we do this year? What needs to happen this year? You're opening your doors, you're opening your schools next week, right? Next week. And so what needs to be the focus for this next year? The challenges, we're still dealing with the challenges of the pandemic, it's not behind us. And I'm sure we'll have new challenges in the new year. But how can you come up with goals that are broad enough for the team to take on and align with everyone else's and all the sites' goals? So with that, I want to hear from the rest of you because I want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to share. I do want us to be mindful of time as well. So just quick reaction to the presentation of the goals that you set and you have already achieved. All right, we already heard from Shelley. Mike, would you like to share?
Yeah,
If you want to go back to any of them, you can. Just let us know which goal you want to go back to, if you have anything particular.
but it's okay. I think, obviously there's been a lot accomplished over the last year. And so, I think it's very good. I definitely, look forward to, setting the goals there for this year. It's a different world than it was last year. There's some similarities and continuing concerns, but, as far as safety and pandemic and so on, but I think everything has gone in a positive direction. So I'm looking forward to a big year.
Okay, thank you. Joseph?
I'm glad Dr. Territory, list all the goal in detail. Actually, for the last 3 years, during the pandemic, was like isolate, between the school district or in the community because you cannot approach to the school by the citizen. So I think that this is the good, we need probably need to share with the community people what we did from the goal 1 to goal 4. And as you know, I'm the one, I also advocate for the public health issue. So I think in the near future, probably the pandemic issue is still there. So we need to step out from the pandemic, but in the meantime, we also need to be very cautious. We need to continue. You know, have this mechanism, like we have check. What is your title? Is the another title besides the CTO and also?
COVID compliance officer.
You're right.
CCO.
Yeah. So this,
Yeah,
this
CCO.
function had to continue.
Yes.
Yeah, doesn't need to be the bigger, yeah, but you know, just maintain in the school district level, yeah, and we need to work with the Department of Public Health, yeah, so see what's going on. Because I just want to remind everyone, you know, some of the diseases spread out one day, you know, they will ask you to close. So that's the reason I think we need to continue to focus to emphasize for this issue. And I feel you know, the public health awareness, I think I have to start from the elementary school. Yeah, doesn't need to be very difficult. The presentation, you know, to let the kid know how to prevent themselves. Yeah, you know.
Joseph, we'll get there. When you start setting goals, we'll get there. You're a couple of steps ahead. We'll definitely get there. Thank you. He's ready. He's ready to jump right in.
And besides that, you know, I appreciate, you know, we from the 3A to 4A. So the one more A probably need to spend a lot of effort to benefit to our students.
Yeah.
Yeah, activity. Yeah. Okay, I stop here.
Thank you. Thank you. I just don't want you to go too much ahead into what you have to do. All right, Jane.
I think for me, the thing that stood out was when I look at all of the 4 goals, what I appreciated was that it took into consideration the work that was already being done. Because I think so many times the teachers and the staff feel like, oh, now what are you going to undo that I just spent all these years working on? And so I really appreciated that, and this is a shout out to our administration in recognizing that, because that was not what the board's job was. And I think that's really a testament to the administration understanding each of their sites and working with their site leaders to ensure that whatever our past efforts were enhanced last year, so that we weren't undoing things, but we were really just making things stronger. I think last year was impressive because it really showed that we were trying to meet the immediate needs in front of us with agility. I think that was the biggest takeaway last year that I saw, was the ability for this administration and the staff to just be ready to move on everything without feeling overwhelmed. That was really appreciated, I think, from the parent perspective and the board perspective, knowing that a lot of times I would think about something that would come up and I would sort of sit on it for a couple of days, and next thing you know, within 2-3 days, the administration was handling it and they were dealing with it. And as being a parent in the district for the last 12 years, I can agree that this is the strongest team at our site and our district office that I've seen since I've been here. And because it's just everything got addressed, and it was and beyond anything that I could ever think of, because I wasn't boots on the ground. The other part too, in looking at the goals, was I think what was also impressive about the administration's execution was the ability to set us up for this year and years forward. It wasn't just about dealing what was immediately in front of us, but really being able to go, okay, how does this build on what we did? How does that give us the agility we need this year to move? And then how does that set us forward for next year? Because we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. So knowing that we needed to set ourselves up for the future years was difficult in the face of, sometimes it's really easy to act on things that are immediately in front of you and not think about what's coming down the line. And I think not being reactive, but being proactive was really important and really impressive last year. I think for me, and I'm not going to get far ahead, but I'm just going to say this as part of one of the things I think about this year. A lot of what's been on my mind is pacing, being really intentional about what our pacing is for this year, because I think there is going to be a temptation to hit the ground running and hit it hard and then burn out fast. best. And I don't want us as a board or as a district or as administration or teachers or staff, or especially students, to not give in to that temptation, especially in such a high achieving district like ourselves, where we always do feel that pressure to stay on top. And I really want to make sure that we are pacing ourselves, not that we compromise the desire to achieve at high levels, but that we understand that there is going to be a process that takes us through it, and to be patient. Sometimes we have to sit in the pocket, and then sitting in the pocket is the hardest part, I think, for people like those of us who are in San Marino. I think most of us in this room are probably not people who sit well in a pocket.
Right.
This
is true.
Yeah, so I think the temptation for me especially is that pacing. And so even, not working all July, like that was an intentional choice on my part. That was really difficult to do.
You didn't make it all through July.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No,
You tried though.
yeah, no, believe me, there were moments. I know I would send emails out, but there were probably like 5 times the number of emails I actually sent out and things I actually did.
She did slow down.
Yeah. So I think for me, just recognizing our pacing and being patient, but at the same time not using that to mean that we're not doing anything too.
I mean, kudos about that. I mean, really, it's like, I think what the board put together last year and what you all have accomplished. I feel very fortunate to be in here this year where all of that is done and we're able to, do real planning. The only thing I was just going to mention is, I know we were talking about things achievable in a year. My guess is that our goals will be somewhat broader than a single year, but they'll be, I think, to use Jane's words here, paced so that in like year 1 what that might look like. Because I don't know what you said, like we used to call them WAGs, but it was wild ass goals.
Oh no, your wigs.
That
Wildly
probably
important.
shouldn't be recorded. But you had
Yeah.
something similar there.
It's wigs. Yeah,
Wigs.
and that's
Okay.
the book that we're reading. So
Yeah,
wildly important.
Well,
Yeah.
that's far more appropriate. But yeah,
We'll use that.
yeah, so
Thank you.
go for it.
Thank you, thank you. So what I'd like all of you to keep in front of mind and in your hearts throughout today is the focus of school districts, which is educating students, right? And educating, as Shelley said, the whole child. We have to be very mindful of that. People, as it said on the sheet that Jane or Jeannie shared with us, thank you. People matter. I want you to circle that because during any time in any period in time, particularly in crisis, people matter because when the crisis are over, is the people that remain. Right? I think there was a quote about that I read. So what do we do for the people? That includes your students, your staff, your community, everyone who crosses paths with all of you at the district. So what makes a balanced governance is really all of you coming together with your own educational backgrounds, with your own expertise, with your own lens and perspective, coming together and deciding who you're serving, which is your students, and how you're going to serve your students. So setting goals. What I'd like to do to transition to next, and we'll come back to the goals. We're actually going to have them, maybe we can have them all on one slide if it's possible, or we can go slide by slide. But what I'd like to do now, and then we'll take a short break. So if you look in your folders, let me tell you what you have in your folders. You have some resources, some brochures, which you may have received previously as well. To the left pocket, you have some loose papers starting with sample meeting guidelines. You have your core values, list of core values. You may have, I think you have a page on protocols and a sample calendar. On the right side, you have a booklet that's governance booklet. And again, you may have seen this before, maybe you have it from last package, I'm not sure, but it's our governance consulting services. it has a lot of great information, including when we talk about role of the board versus role and responsibility of the board versus the superintendent. There is documents or board policies and board bylaws on that we'll look at. There is an evaluation page, salmon color, pink color. That's the last page on the right side of your folder. And then at the end, you'll take a few minutes and give me feedback on how we did today or how I did to facilitate your conversations. All right, with that.
This is amazing.
Mhm.
After
We worked on
forever
that, right?
on the board, I never in one time saw literally everything you have to do. Granted, it's back and front, but still on one page.
And it's the governance
That's
calendar
phenomenal.
is a great tool. And this is a sample for all of you. Of course, there's some dates that are mandates and you have to be mindful of. The rest of it is your planning. It's for your planning purposes. So then you know what's coming ahead. Also for your community to know you're going to begin talking about a specific topic at a specific time. Okay, so it's a great tool to use. Of course, your governance handbook is another great and effective governance tool. So if you take your sample meeting guidelines out, take a look at that briefly and pick one, only one meeting guideline that you feel is really important for you all the time at all meetings, but particularly for today, as we have the rest of this day, this afternoon to spend on setting your goal. So select one, circle it, and then I'll collect those, and then you can take, let's take a 10-minute break once you're done with that. So you can or don't have to, it's up to you. You can.
So this one you will send to us or what?
Yes, so I'm going to let you know what you all selected as it's collected. And once you do, you can start your, you can take your break, so just stretch your legs, refill your cup.
Lunch break together.
It can be, or,
No, I'm not asking to leave.
yeah.
I was getting a little worried there. Mitch wants to come by and take a couple of photos.
Yeah.
And so I was gonna say anytime, and then I thought we're not just all going off for contemplation or anything, right?
No, I don't think so, yeah.
Uh-huh. So even at a lunch break, we'll be in here and we
Sure.
could quickly.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
unless somebody wanted to walk over and look at,
Is it about noon that we're doing lunch?
it's on the agenda.
I don't have.
We don't need to take it.
You don't need to?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
So
All right.
I bring my daughter.
Okay, because you were talking. I
about
just wanted to
Booklet.
make sure it was still here, because I wanted to bring my daughter. Okay,
Well, it's easy.
yeah, it's really close.
So for me, I always go by Chaucer. I go by the Canterbury
Well,
Tales.
I
That's
think
my
I have
touchdown.
11:45 on
Okay,
the-
oh, yeah,
but-
okay.
But whatever.
Whatever works out.
It's
Okay,
very-
okay.
Yeah.
Flexible, okay.
Very
Thank
flexible.
you.
You don't have to take it right there.
Okay,
So
all right.
if it's earlier, if it's later, you know.
Okay.
Best, we had 1 million guys on the trip. Best guy. was in
Yeah.
Normandy.
Yeah, we were supposed to do that in 2020. That was the graduation. trip.
Oh, I might have seen you.
We were gonna do Normandy and all that for them. 'cause that was-
Well, we stayed in a chateau. And so it's like, I left the chateau the first morning to go to Normandy. It's like, not every day can you say I'm leaving my chateau.
Right?
11:45. Okay.
But we're gonna be flexible depending on how far we
Yeah.
get.
So about, it was about 45 minutes if I remember right.
You mean right now? Oh, yeah. Just as soon as we're all, thank you. Settled back in our seats.
You know, I have a diaper in my purse.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, cute.
I have a diaper in my purse, Jeannie. May that never happen to me.
Is that, now, do I need to ask who that's for?
It's way too small for me.
So I was sitting in church before we left for Europe, and I'd been looking for a neutral colored backpack for my trip. And literally I couldn't find anything I liked at all. And a lady sitting in front of me had one sitting right next to her, and I loved it. I never seen it before, but I
all came up with. If you see an asterisk next to one, and I apologize for the it's not the most beautiful handwriting, but I've learned to come to appreciate it and make you feel it. And that's what you have to do, right? Make you feel it. So, this is what it shows. If you see an asterisk, that means another member is doing the same one. So number one, keeping your focus on success and achievement for all your students. If you look at your list, that's the very first one. So keep our focus on the best interest of our students and who are we selected as. Making sure that your comments are brief. I believe if you go down, that's one down on your list. So it says, we'll wait to speak until the team member has finished talking. We'll keep our remarks brief and to the point so that all opinions can. We also chose this, which is making sure that you are speaking with facts only, and this way you're not going to have any challenges with conflict, personality conflict. I believe that this one just going forward, which number? I'm going down. Do you remember third was that? Third to last. Third to last. So we'll be tracking meeting times. Start on time. Return from break promptly. Avoid unnecessary interruptions. And then of course the last one which you chose is the last one on your page, which is learning, moving towards the future, learning from the past. And I think as Dean shared with us the leadership lessons from Normandy, history repeats itself, and there's so much we can learn from historical events.
So let's keep that in mind as we go throughout the day. We have quite a bit of work ahead of us. I want to make sure that you get to everything today. So then the next 2 days, Linda can work with her team on letting them know what you have selected as your goals and objectives for the district, how you want your district to, or where you want your district to go. So with that, let's go ahead and can we go back to that goal one on the screen, please? What I like everyone to do is, so goal one has to do with SEL, right? Social emotional learning. Let's take a look at goal two as we review what you did last year. If you're only looking at the goals, again, not the action plans, because that would be for the team to come up with. And this one had to do with learning regression, right? And it has to do with the pandemic that you all had to manage. So let's go to goal 3 and see what was the focus of that: professional development and professional training for all staff, right? For everyone. And finally, goal 4, which is has to do with your fiscal health and sustainability. So as you think of goals, so these are the 4 major topics or buckets that you had selected for this previous year. As we move forward, you're going to think of 3, maybe 4. I think that the less that you select as your goal, I wouldn't do any more than 4. But if you can even do 3 goals moving ahead for this year, think of the major, I guess, major areas that you feel you need to focus on as a district for this next year. Okay, and some of it may, and some of these goals, I have to tell you, as you read them and as you look at that plan, some of those goals have actually multi-year kind of planning, right? So you may have achieved parts of it, maybe all of it this year, but is that still a good goal for next year moving forward? And then of course, action plans will be different depending on what's needed. If it's you're kind of in the middle of the effects and the impact of the pandemic. So number 1 is to write down for yourself those focus areas, as I said, and then you're going to move around the room quite a bit. We have some more work that you'll do on your own in the afternoon. But for this segment, you are going to create those 3 or 4 focus areas. How many of you already have that?
the focus area. Okay, so Jeannie has them have 3 or 4. 4. Does anyone have more than 4? Okay. Good. All right, so I'm going to put these on that wall. And what you see also here, behind the executive cabinet, is a blank piece of paper that's a calculator. That we can think of that we want to do something that at a future meeting, but it's not even part of our agenda today, can go there. So as you get a move around, if you have ideas, if there are topics that need to be discussed, we can make sure that you capture your thoughts and reflections on the parking lot part. I am going to move it to give us more room. So this, I'm going to move, I just wanted to know that you have the ability to share other topics that may not be on the agenda, but we'll just capture them on the parking lot for a later. How does that sound? Good. Okay. My goal is to keep us on task. Keep us focused on what you choose you want to focus on today. Again, it's your role. All right, so what I'd like to do is let's just go ahead and clear those 4 areas as I put the chart paper. I'll put 4 chart paper on the wall. I think that that's all we need. Keeping in mind, everyone, the meeting guidelines that you have selected. Okay, so I am going to ask every time we're speaking with a different team members, so then we all have the opportunity to see. Okay, so then I'm going to go through and just ask you just tell us what are those areas? What are you thinking as areas for focus?
Oh, sorry. You said Jeannie or Jane?
Jane.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank God.
So they're really broad for me. Accountability. I think just accountability for performing whatever it is you're supposed to do. From student all the way to,
Showing accountability.
yeah, all the way from student to board member. I think a whole child, keeping everything focused on how it all fits together. And that goes all the way from TK to 12, to see it as really a comprehensive experience with all of these support areas from beginning to end. And then facilities, I think addressing the issue of our facilities is something we keep putting off, and I don't think we can keep putting that off. And engagement, and that's engaging with people. I don't want to use the word authentic because I feel like that's overused, but I don't know another word that really captures that. But I feel, I think sometimes I guess deep engagement, because sometimes it can be more superficial or there's lip service paid to it, but it's not actual engaging people. Yeah.
All right, Joseph? Remember, you're just saying broad.
Yeah.
Did you have 3 or 4? How many did you come up with? 4. Okay. I mean,
Oh, him, sorry.
Well, you know, I've been served for 21 years, and then every year we set up the goal. So I feel the community, for the last 1 year, they are looking for some difference. And because they believe make a change or better, unfortunately not necessary. But I think that for this smaller school district, the reputation is been there, and then when the outsider they choose the school for their kids, they think it's something good for this school district, but enough, I think we need to develop what we are ready is the best and what we really can attract the student and the parent and outsider, because it will be dealing, we have to dealing for enrollment decline. We don't, for next couple years, we cannot get out, we cannot come out something, we will lose the competition. Yeah.
Would you say enrollment would be one, like,
Well, the enrollment is the result, but I think we really need to think about what we can resolve this issue. Yeah. So I don't think this meeting we can just really come out what is related for those factors. But I feel that as serving for as a long-term school board member, I want to point out we really need to get this, see what we can be different.
Distinguish ourselves.
Yeah.
Distinguish ourselves.
Yeah, so today I cannot tell you what we need to do, but I think that this is the issue is there. Yeah. Otherwise, we will continue have a low enrollment, and then eventually effect to the goal for physical health. Yeah. So yeah.
so a way to distinguish your district, right? All right, Mike.
I do think that finances with our facilities and our tax issues are important, which is somewhat tied with the declining enrollment, finding out what that as far as how to try to resolve and minimize it. I think we really need to focus on preparing our students for the real world. San Marino is a small community, and everybody talks about it being a bubble. And right after they graduate, they're going to be outside that bubble, so they've got to be prepared. And that really ties into, I think, the 4 areas in the logo that we're talking about.
4 A's, right?
Yeah. And maybe particularly focusing on activities that will put our students out into other parts of the community and broadening the definition of our community. And not just getting them into the San Marino community, but out into LA, out into Southern California, or farther.
So often when you're setting goals, what you're not taking into account is the role that you're bringing into your children. I'm so glad that you mentioned that. Because once your students leave San Marino, you want them to be ready for what's outside of this beautiful bubble. Right, wherever they choose to go. First of all, knowing that they have choices. And then how are they going to achieve their success and achieve their dreams once they're outside of the supportive environment? That's really all right, Kelly. I like what my colleagues are saying in terms of the real world experience, and I really like when Mr. Chang talked about distinguishing ourselves. I also think that at the ground level, we need to also address the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece. That experience that the student is having and how we're going to improve on that experience. A lot of kids struggle not only with the social emotional, but then there's the mental and physical goal also in a high performing school district. So how do we address that to support all students? So in terms of that engagement piece, having the on cabinet really gets not only the how, but the why we're doing it. So that's really important. And so as we address some of those, we also need to look at that, because sometimes there has been criticism that we're doing well for some and not others, and so. How can we do that? Thank you for mentioning the one, I'll come back to that. No. So the one is really important. I don't know if you have had the opportunity to watch Finance Connect, any of these YouTube videos, you have read any of these books. But you often talk about how most of the time we ask others what we do, or we are asked, what we do, and sometimes even how we do it. But very seldom we ask, why can't we do what we do? Or we don't really reflect on why we do what we do, right? And that's going to be perfect, and that's you going forward. So understanding that, not just yours, but all of you as a district, your staff, everyone who serves your students, and your students. Right, that's going to give them that core, that center as they move on their educational journey. All right, so what I'd like you to do next is I actually need someone with really nice handwriting who can write dates. But I need to big goals. And has to be a teacher. I know, we need a teacher that. Preferably first grade. Yeah, I know. Maybe we'll do later. Okay. One. Let's go, because I don't want to damage the ball. Okay, so again, this room is absolutely beautiful. I don't want to damage.
Dry erase this too, so that might be better.
Feel free to move around. You don't have to sit. You can move around. You can get up. I think you prefer to move around. So you can right on top of it. Yeah, you're doubling up the one now.
We were saying probably not use the permanent markers.
Yes.
Some of the other ones, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll just write you. Okay, and remember with everything that we do, keep your students center of all discussions. Just see the color. Purple, all right.
Do you have a same color?
I do not.
Pretty sure you do.
I know.
It's liminal. You may not be, you may not be accepted. You definitely.
I know, right?
I'm not saying first.
Okay. I'm going to read it here. I'm going to read that right there. Okay. Let's come up with the 4 main areas, and then we can brainstorm, and everything else is going to fall under. What if you choose your puzzle, the 4 A's? Maybe you choose one for each of the goals, or a couple, but keep those in mind. So then you're also addressing the 4 A's in your goal. Does that make sense? Or maybe it will come in action plan as you set your goal. But just keep that in mind. Okay. So. May I just check for Yes. understanding? What would you like me to write on?
Nothing
yet. And as we did, I guess you're going to capture and then we'll make 4 areas or. Okay. So let's go back to, did everyone share it? Oh, Jeannie, I'm so sorry. Because I didn't, I'm so sorry. Okay. So please share before we start writing.
Okay. So mine are, financial stability.
Okay,
That's broad, so it extends, including declining enrollment, and that's working sort of the impact on our annual budget every year, how we stabilize that. Secondarily, the capital planning, also can be called under the umbrella. So that's number 1. Number 2, demonstrated world-class performance in everything. Okay, all 4 is important. Okay. Staff and student connection to the district. I want them to feel pride. And then the last thing is some version of
Communication, education, marketing, of what we do, why we do it, where we're headed, to the entire community.
I love that. And I'm already hearing the
the connection of your goals, right? So I think one of the major ones I'm hearing is the fiscal health and fiscal health, and I think you had that in one of your goals, right? So would you say that that would be one goal area, fiscal health and sustainability?
I would say so.
Would you all
I
agree?
heard it a few
So,
times.
Fiscal health and sustainability. So that's what I heard. And then, Jeannie, the one that you mentioned about that sense of pride, or there was one that I thought Joseph had also mentioned about, what was it, Joseph? Distinguishing, yes. So you talked about marketing plan. So I think marketing goes along with how do you distinguish yourself from all the other districts that are doing absolutely wonderful too, right? What makes San Marino Unified School District different? Why should I send my child here? Why should my child be proud to be part of the community? Right. So I think that kind of goes hand in hand with a solid marketing strategy, maybe. So help me out. The board members, I need you to kind of chime in. Because we already have the first one, we're going to move on to the second kind of focus area. Then we'll go back and talk more about fiscal health. If you have other ideas under fiscal health and sustainability, you're going to capture it here. But what I'm hearing is that that can become your first goal, right? Then I heard also inclusion, diversity and inclusion, right? Equity, diversity and inclusion. SEL, I heard, right? So prepping students for the real world, educating the whole child. I think Shelley, you mentioned it, Mike, you mentioned it, right? So what should the second one be then? Because you have now those multiple focus areas that you would like to focus on, and some of them can be put together, just like we did for fiscal health. So what are you thinking? Think out loud. Let's pick a next one. Let's take the marketing plan, for example, okay, which can lead to improved enrollment, can lead to you and the district being distinguished and something that will distinguish you from other districts. It can also lead to that sense of pride and engagement. So, what do you think?
Well, you know, when we talk about the marketing, yeah, this is not apply to all the industry, yeah. But you know, the education, because I think traditionally not, you know, the people not treat like the other business industry, you know, but you know, marketing is very important. Always talking about the satisfaction. So satisfaction means in the school, you know, satisfaction for the student, for the parent. But when we say the satisfaction, not necessarily we are spoiled to the student or parent, but whatever, you know, that's the requirement. I think so. This is the what, you know, I'm just asking Dr. Michael Lin, when you have the cabinet training. So we need to be today some of the comment we need to deliver to your next meeting, because this is the one I feel, you know, all the school district. I think the district level cabinet they have the sense, because you guys fear about when, you know, the district will go down or go up, so then you have some sensitivity about how to secure the job. But in the full school level administrator or the staff or teacher, I think they still have room to improve for the satisfaction. Like when students go to the registration, or they have something need or emergency, we need to let the student or parent feel, you know, they are in the priority. So we don't want to bring up the bureaucracy. So Ginny also mentioned in the Normandy, I think they have a word is bureaucracy. I think the bureaucracy is not good for all the organization. So I think that this is the way I think probably is the first time I want, because I feel that today look like this team is ready to make a change to improve. So I point out that for the marketing point of view, that suspension also very important. So that's reason when parent or student they feel, oh, this the school, very kind to respond efficiently. So then they will feel, okay, this is the home they want to stay.
It's about us being the Nordstroms of school districts, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We need to be the Nordstroms of school districts.
So I think from the superintendent and the cabinet level, you need to be able to your school science administrator and the staff. Yeah.
So could that be one of your overarching goals is focus on service? And then what would fall under it, right?
Well, so while Joseph was talking, I was playing with some words because I just written a bunch of very similar ones, and I think, I mean, it's complex, I think it's certainly more than customer service. It's, yes, Nordstrom sort of defines the standard for customer service and world-class and thinking about its customers and, all of that, right? But in my mind, I think it's more than that. And I think that's kind of what you were saying too. And so I don't love these words, but what I was just kind of scratching around is I think it's about sharing our continually improving story. And to me, that's a little bit of everything, right? I mean, it's straight communication. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it, right? It's educating, it's like, I mean, we have talked about this a lot, but we have a very broad community. Many members of our community have been here for a long time, and the district is different from, I mean, many iterations different for many different people. And, it's very difficult for our community to understand the issues of today when they have the background of 4 yesterdays ago. I mean, there's nothing sensible about education in California, nothing. So they don't get it, right? It's just not something they follow. But I do think it's also about marketing, so you have to communicate, you have to educate, and you have to market. I think it's all three. And so for me, I just was sort of like, that sounds kind of boring. So I was sort of like, I don't know. What I wrote is sharing the continually improving story. I also did wonder, sharing the continually improving wonder. I thought that might be a little flowery. So, but nonetheless.
Fine, but I think.
But I wrote down a bunch of them.
No, that's beautiful. And I'd like all of you to have that creative hat on. Some of us are just more creative, some maybe not as much, but get that creativity going, because that's how you can really contribute and be engaged. I don't want to necessarily I may give ideas, but again, this is your perspective. These are your goals that you have to lay for the next year. I really want it to come from you. How do you all feel about what Jamie had to share? So what would that umbrella be then?
Well, the words I ended with before you asked me the question were share the continually improving story.
Okay.
Could that fall into the broader category of marketing, right? Because marketing could be advertising, communicating, sharing stories.
I have marketing under it.
Oh.
Because for me, I think it's
Okay.
communication, is equal to educating as part of the communication is equal to marketing. I mean, it could just be that communication equals education equals marketing. I mean, I think that's the broad category, because marketing is selling, right? I mean, in a lot of ways, but education requires selling to some extent, but it's also about teaching, and communicating is sharing the story. So, I mean, for me, it's a little bit about all of those.
I feel like there's two parts to it that are making this a little bit complicated, because there's an aspect of, yes, we do some really great things and we're just not communicating it out. Like Jeannie was like, I didn't realize you did all that last year. Like there's a lot that everyone's doing and it's just not even communicated out when you talk to people. They don't know everything that we do. And so sometimes it looks like we're not doing something and we are doing something. So part of it is sharing out and communicating what we do, marketing what we're doing so everybody knows it. But I think the other part of it is what I think we're hearing from Joseph is but there's still a need to continue improving, and that was embedded in what you were saying as well. To continue to improve and to continue to move. But I think for me, and when I think about declining enrollment, when I think about the issues that we face with our district, I talk to parents. I talk to parents who are concerned about this, concerned about that, and they're leaving for other reasons, many reasons. Some people are leaving California, some people are leaving LA County, some people are leaving for private, they're leaving for charters, whatever. And so it's all these little pieces, and some of it is outside of our control. We can't change somebody's mind about leaving California or leaving the county. But if they're already our students and they're leaving us to go somewhere else, what is it that they're seeing in these other places that is attracting them? What is it that's making somebody who has a choice to come here or La Cañada or Poly, why are they not choosing us, or why are they choosing us? And I think when I look at those other schools, they have a very central core identity of who they are that is appealing to the family. And they have the luxury of being able to do that because they're not necessarily beholden to the California mandates. They're not necessarily beholden to having to provide a comprehensive education. There's always that issue of where do we operate best at 3,200 students? Well, that's just not going to happen for a while, if that, if ever again. And so what does that look like for us? What is our identity as a district of what are we really going to focus on? So when someone says, well, what does San Marino do for my kid? That they should be able to go, this is what they're doing for my kid. And it should come down to a core message and a core identity of who we are. And I'm not sure if that's marketing. I don't know if that's improvement.
Why?
I guess so, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Does that go back though to the existing mission and vision of the school district? I mean, if we were to look at that document, which each of you have, because when we did this before as a board and a leadership team, we were really, focusing on our why. Why do we exist? What do we exist to do? And we captured that, I think, here. Our vision is delivering a world-class education with recognized excellence in academics, arts, and athletics. Our mission is that we deliver supportive environments and innovative opportunities for student learning, promote individual student excellence, invite collaboration and discovery, and challenge students to take responsibility as members of a diverse global community, which goes back to what Mr. Kalaki said, right? About making sure our students are prepared for the real world, and what Mrs. Ryan said, which goes back to, focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And our vision is what Mrs. Chong was saying. We need to deliver world-class education with recognized excellence in academics, arts, and athletics and activities, right? That's why we exist. And that is what we do well, exceptionally well. So how we capture that in terms of breaking it down to broad-based goals. I mean, I think that it would be good to work from this document in terms of understanding why we exist and what our focus needs to be.
I think it's very important, what Dr. Gellhorn is saying, is when we're setting goals, we need to look at our mission, because that's who we are, what we say we need to be here to do. Marketing and so on is important. It's an important part of an institution. But the real important thing is the substance. It's not selling what we do, it's making what we make. It's doing what we do. It's creating the product. And that's the highest level of education, the most, opportunity in arts and athletics and activities to build that student. So yes, it's important to tell the world that we do that, but it's more important and most important to do it. And so I do think, if we're talking about the first goal, the fiscal importance, well, yes, obviously we need the fiscal goal, because if we don't have the money, we will not be here. And to a certain extent, yes, it's important to tell whoever the audience is, college admissions committees around the country, families that may be interested in looking at our schools, families that might be interested in leaving us, and so on, what it is we're achieving. But, and it's not necessarily that the goals that we're setting are ranked 1 to 4. I think they're all equal. But I think that it's really important that we also focus on creating a higher level, the highest level product we can, and not have that be one of the later goals that we're talking about. That should be right out there. First, secure the money. Second, define how we're going to improve our product as best as possible. And then we can talk about how we sell it. But I mean, we can also talk about the sales part of it right now. You know, and whether we call it marketing or communication, really, it's communication is what it is. Marketing is communication. Highlighting or telling a story is communication. It's just the goal, and in my view, is just communication. And then the leadership team lays out who it is we need to communicate at all different levels and audiences to get us what we need. Right? So maybe we just define it as communication.
Well, I think all my 3 fellow they're talking the right point, but I think the one I'm just mentioning, I think probably because I don't want to be very straightforward and then make people not happy. You know, actually I'm talking about, okay, I point out, I think it's a service attitude. You know, for the last couple of years, when I see some of school sign, administrator or the teacher or staff, when they deal with the student, they are not go to very efficient. But I know it's easier to have excuse to say, oh, we are busy, and a smaller school district not have too many manpower. But you know, for the last several years, what I'm dealing with the parent, I know this is not the right way, but the parent, they would rather come to me than go to the principal, the teacher, because they have some complaint. Why I have to go through the school board member and then can take a priority to solve the problem? I feel the best way, you know, the high school board, you know, every day doesn't need to deal with the parent student. You know, I think the principal or the staff or teacher, they need to understand we are in the same boat. When we talk about the enrollment decline, because I don't know if they care or not care. I think that everyone, when they listen, because I'm in the camera, some may attack me. They say that we care, but either they just care about the salary or they care the more. Actually, we are the same board. Why always the high school board need to take care for the partial tax? Unless the partial tax did not pass, and then people find out, okay, if we did not pass the second one, then everyone has to leave, and then start to numbers. So today I'm telling you, this is the 21 year first time I'm talking about I think the school sign, the staff, principal, not every principal. I'm just some the issue they are not really take as the priority. When the Jim talking about the private school, what's the difference? Because private school, maybe they have more manpower. Yeah, they take us more serious because of them. Maybe they have more counselor, so they can take a lot of the heavy load. But we really need to come out with something, because in education the federal they still don't have a in our hospital. You know we have a patient satisfaction when the patient discharged. Then they send the survey to the patient. If they have a low patient, then Medicare will deduct the money, and then ask hospital have a less reimbursement. So this is very important. I think that this today I'm trying to find out because we need to hear about this issue. Yeah.
You are the ears and eyes of the district and the community. And because your community knows you as an elected official, they will go through the questions, the comments, the concerns, and that's the reality, right? And then how that information comes back to the district is really important, not taking issues into hand and trying to fix them, but bringing up what people are saying, what the community members are saying, what are the concerns. That all of those pieces of information are going to help you as you set goals for next year. This is what we hear from our educational partners. This is what we need to work on, right? So it's really important. Communication is huge. And how you communicate, what channels do you choose, and how you create that bridge from school district to home. So bridging that gap, which exists in many other school districts, that gap needs to be bridged. And the only way to bridge it is really clear, concise, transparent communication. And so much can fall under that, right? Communicating with all of you, among you, communicating with your site leaders, communicating with your students. Right? We tend to leave students out of this whole equation, and you're a big part of why you're here and why you do what you do. Listening and communicating with your community partners. So it falls under that. And if you look at your goals that you have from last year, the last bullet was communication strategy, right? So you had that from previous year.
So, Joseph, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm hearing something different from Joseph. And I actually am sold, by the way, at least on what I think I'm hearing. So, I think there's something very different between telling the story and building a new culture. And that's what I think Joseph is talking about. So what Joseph is saying, and I mean, this is kind of, I actually totally agree. This is huge. It is a really important step for the district, and it's building a pervasive culture of service. It's looking literally at everything we do and saying, is this service driven? As an example, I'm in our church courtyard the other day, couple grandparent, interdistrict transfers. They were shocked to find out that they had to renew their, grandparent status every year. I too was shocked because grandparents might not make it till 12th grade. What are we going to do? Get rid of the kid in 10th grade? No. But this is the kind of thing, right? So parents come to us because they don't understand the logic of some of the bureaucracy we already have in place. We have to look at that bureaucracy. We all can help you point out where it is, but we have to create, how is that helpful? Now, we might have to do it. Maybe that's what you come back and say, and perhaps that's what we communicate. But we've looked at it from the service first philosophy. Is it really necessary, or is this part of the 18 million steps we've put in place to ensure we've met every possible law, demand, thought anybody could have ever come up with to enroll a kid in our schools? So is that where you are?
Yeah.
All right.
Because
see, it helps to have worked together for decades.
Because we always can develop this, but next is how we deliver the service.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I think, Mike, you were talking about that too, right? To bring the concepts and the theories into application. What are we doing in action, right? Having and showing that we are actually bringing all those setting direction documents, your mission, your vision, your goals and objectives. How is it being carried out into action? What do you see? Actually, the culture piece will respond to your comment about efficiency and university and as well. Because that's a culture then, it's a culture piece, right? So if you want to change attitude and perspective, you have to look at your culture and what makes up a culture? It's the people, it's the tradition, it's the story. Those are all elements of your culture. So what I'm hearing is that the second piece would probably have something to do with the culture.
What I think specifically building a service culture. And I kind of like the word pervasive. just personally like the word.
How does everyone else feel about that?
Create and sustain a pervasive culture of service.
So sustain, I don't love because there's a long way to go to get to sustaining. So I think we're,
Take that out, right?
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I'm not saying we're not customer service focused. I
Right.
think a lot of people are, but you know, our tactics, and it's very much even, you know, sort of where we were when this was created. It's really about blocking and tackling, right? And, you know, I mean, certainly in the business perspective, 9 out of 10 customers leave because of service. I mean,
Well, I did not deny we don't provide service. Because the whole retreat the purpose is just trying to be better. So I mean when we really want to get the input, I think that this is what I see. You know how we want to distinguish ourselves. Even we always is a public school, we are not a private school. So, but some citizens, they already say we are the private school of a public school, mean that our service already better than the others, but we need continue to look for the better. Yeah, so I don't want you guys misunderstand deny everything. I think we are great, yeah, but still have room, yeah. And if we do this one, I think the parent will be very appreciate, yeah.
No, I mean, I think by broadening out that the labeling of the goal is the culture of service, enhancing culture of service, or whatever it is you want to do with that culture of service, and how you name it. It does encompass the service, which is providing education. It also provides the service of communication, and it provides the service of working with the community to understand what it is they want. And gelling that with whatever limitations and requirements there are of head code and public schools and so on. So, I mean, yeah, I think that works. It's a very big goal, because when your culture, you know, when you're talking about the culture of an institution or the culture of a community, it finds its way in everything. So it is a very big, broad goal, which, you know, that's fine, that's good. So we're talking about, number one is fiscal health, you know, stability. Number two is culture, and then one or two others, and I think that works because it does lend itself to a lot of very big, broad stuff.
Can I just say though, I don't love the word service, and I'm gonna say why. This is not going to come off well, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think sometimes in San Marino, the expectations of the parents is that everybody has to serve their individual child's needs. And sometimes that puts undue pressure and burden on our staff. And then if you have one child who needs something and another child who needs the opposite thing, and here you have a teacher with 25 of them, how are they really going to service this child while servicing that child and all 23 others? I think for me, service sometimes implies a hierarchy that I am not comfortable with putting our staff in, because I feel then that they don't know who they're supposed to be serving, because there's going to be conflict inherently with so many people and so many stakeholders and so many partners as part of that. So I'm trying to find another word for it that really communicates that concept of really meeting the needs of the people, identifying the needs, meeting the needs, empowering people to actually do that work. And I'm not sure what that word is. I keep going around the word care, customer care, or support maybe? Yeah, and I'm not sure what that word is. Like I'm looking, I'm like trying to, like I'm Googling here. What are some
Yeah.
other, because, yeah, because customer service doesn't really get it for me. It implies, it just implies a hierarchy I'm not comfortable with.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but when you look at an institution, what they do, they either provide service or goods. We don't provide goods, we provide service. You know, we're a public institution that provides service. So we need to then define to the community what it means that a public school institution does and what those services are. I do think that to a certain extent, yes, you're right. There are people that say, well, that means that, you know, my child needs this, and so my child gets that. Well, we go back to all means all. That's what we do. We reach every child where they are. We find out what their potential is, and we work to achieve that potential. Every child, no matter what their limitations, their skills, their potential is. So, yes, I mean, I think it is service because we don't provide a good. We don't make bicycles. We teach people how to do them. And so I think that a culture of service is good, but it's defining what that service is. Again, tempered by, well, what exact services can we and are we required to provide pursuant to the laws, the ed code, the whatever it is that limits us to the public school institution, as opposed to other people thinking that we're a fictitious animal called a quasi-public school institution. There is no such thing as a quasi-public school institution. There is a public school or a private school. We are a public school, so we're limited by those things, but we still are defined as to what the services we provide.
So what if we, sorry, so I do agree that defining, you know, what we mean by customer service is part of what we ultimately have to get to. But I think we are in general agreement with the concept. So perhaps we could list it and put quotes around it. So we can, because I mean, the language we should wordsmith for a while. And we probably should actually on all of them, right? So I mean, it sounds like we agree that the concept is one that needs to be a big goal for us. And then that would allow us to move on to the next one.
I love when Jeannie talks about connection, because until each of us do our part in making those connections, whether it's a service or learning in the classroom, the teachers did it, you're not going to get that. If you don't address the social emotional learning aspect, you're not going to get the academic and achievement that you need. And so I think it's really critical that we look at that systematic, systemic change in culture and the shift in looking at how do we do that transformational change? How do we set that direction? How do we become strategically charged or target what we're trying to change, right? So if we don't understand what we're trying to change, how do we do that? And then how do we hold the system, not the people, the system accountable for the results? Because if we put protocols, processes, and procedures in place, those things should happen. And change takes time. It's not a one-year thing. It's the goal that we need to, yeah, I think looking at that.
I want to make sure all of you have the opportunity to share. That's the reason why we're doing this session. So I think let's go ahead with the second one. So what did you want to write for the second overarching goal, culture?
Create a culture of service, and then put in quotation marks, right? And we'll go back to that.
Create culture of service. Broad enough, right? And so much can fall under. Now you can go back you're going to go back and work with the logo.
And I'm not necessarily trying to micromanage the executive team, but the benefit of creating a culture of services is a very broad goal.
Yes.
The negative of it is it incorporates hypothetically 5 major areas. And when the executive team just hits it out of the park on 2 of the 5 areas, saying, I achieved the goal. And you did, because it was so broadly established. Is it micromanaging if we then sort of say, under that communication, product, whatever it is, 2 or 3 subcategories that you're hitting,
I think that's fine, because you're not coming up with the action plan on
Yeah.
how we
Right.
achieve it. It's just what comes under that, the areas that you want to make sure culture, touches, right?
Because that makes it
So-
more fair to the executive team that this is what we're thinking as far as.
Absolutely.
It encompasses these.
I think that's very important.
Direction.
Yes, we need that direction so that we're not flying blind and we can really focus on the areas that the entire board wants us to address.
Communication is one, the other. We should start with the communication.
Just start with that, and then we'll add. So that could be one area under the culture, right? There's so much that goes under communication,
Correct.
your communication plan, right? Okay. What
Well,
else did you know? I heard something else that you were.
as I've sort of said, the product, the work product that we produce, the highest quality education work, which is maximizing the academics, arts, athletics, and activities. So, how do we expand those
Maximizing the 4A.
to reach,
So-
to benefit every child?
My-
Not that everyone has to benefit every child, but that it's expanded in a way so that every child is benefited in some way. I don't know how to say it.
So Mike, when you said that originally, I wrote it down. And I would propose that become our 3rd goal. I think it's big enough. It should be its own goal.
And that's fine with me. I mean, I don't necessarily, I'm not against it. If the argument for it being part of the culture of services, well, that's the service this institution provides. But if it's also important enough to keep it as a separate goal, then that's fine too. I mean, whatever works.
So I personally think it is, because as you point out, it's what we do. We've said that in the past as being world-class in all of those areas, and that was always sort of its own goal, but I like the language of making what we make, creating the product. I like that. And I think that's a much more tangible way of saying it than being just world-class, right? It's much more tangible. So to me, I think it helps set some very realistic outcomes about what we want for our students.
I think that's great. If we're looking for a second one with communication, then it's going to be diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a very important subpart there that we're,
You're talking under the culture.
under the culture of servicing all of our students.
Yeah.
And then Jeannie, what was the other broad goal? Can we get that one captured now? or-
Well, we can, but do we want to get other input?
Well, can you
I was
Yeah.
just trying
remind
to,
everyone what
yeah,
that was, and let's hear, I want to hear from
Oh.
everyone.
well, okay.
The way that you
I
have
mean,
worded it.
I just wrote down your words. I mean, so in my vernacular, it was demonstrated world-class performance, dash in everything.
Okay.
But what I liked about what Mike said was making what we make and creating the product. Like we need to have a goal about what we're making. I mean, what is the widget that we're processing through, right? So that's what we're looking for, is that. And I mean, it's literally the most important thing we do, right? So I think it should warrant its own page. And I don't know, Mike, your words, your bullet.
I'm fine with it being separate, and we can, if we're gonna break it separate, then we talk about it in a minute and see if there's any other subs for the culture of service that we need. Or is there another very broad, because for example, the fiscal health, that's a very broad, that's facilities, that's bonds and parcel taxes and declining enrollment. I
Right.
mean, that's massive.
Yep.
This is massive. Is there another massive that maybe like what you're saying, is take the whole work product that we create and put it over there? But if that's the case, that works, then what is other people on the board
Well,
think?
I think the
would
other
be
one
so-
that could go there is this connection with staff and service, you know, that whole, I mean, like building connections with, because the culture of service is building, it'll build a connection with the community. It'll build a set of connections with our teachers and staff, because, you know, you serve your employees as well, right? And you serve your students. I mean, there are, you know, that's all part of it. So, I mean, we could make a point in this category about building that pride and connection with our students and staff.
Building connection. Yeah. And those connections are going to then address the pride, right?
The door is moving.
Oh, is that right? I haven't checked in a while.
I think maybe adding
Our
on
paper.
there something that we,
Our local paper.
Oh, okay.
she's like, who is this person? Sorry, we all knew exactly who it was. And she's like,
Just
what?
arrived.
Something we're,
You have to be careful with these slides,
Yes,
so-
right.
Right. So
some
building connection.
something that we were saying earlier was about the people, that the people are the focus, the people matter. That when we're talking about service, we're not talking just about, I think, given that we're moving products into that third one, then maybe we kind of keep the people part of it in the second one.
People in the heart of your
Right,
organization.
which I think is
Right.
part of the building connections, but I think making that really like
Make it focus on
people
people
focused, people matter. I know some of the different phraseology we were throwing around earlier around just people.
Well, and I would really like to be more specific if we can with building connections, because that could mean a lot of different things. We can build connections with institutes of higher education, right? But I think what you're saying is important, that what we're talking about here is building connections with students, with staff, with community, with parents, right?
Within the community,
within
building
the community.
building connections within the community. I mean,
Well, they're almost like constituencies.
right.
Yeah.
Because the big movement right now in California are all of these community-based schools.
Mhm,
And,
right.
you know, one of the big things about San Marino is we already do that.
Yep.
We do provide so many community resources partnered with our district, and we've been doing that. We just never called ourselves that.
Right.
So,
Do you want to add people focus?
is there another way
You
of,
can put that down to, or anything to
yeah,
do with
I think
the
so.
focus on your
Sure.
people, the
Yeah.
heart of your organization, right?
Mhm.
The people at the heart of your organization, how we want to say that.
I have one question. If we're talking about identifying the potential and the needs of every student, it would seem as though that's part of the service that we're providing. It's not necessarily maximizing the academics or the activities. That's maybe what we do once we have that data collection, that information. So I think we need to, you know, really work to identify the needs and the potential of every student.
You need to be there informed, right?
Well,
You need to be there to,
yeah, we need to get input about who our students are.
and that's a big part of coming up with any kind of solution is understanding, identifying what the needs are. So you do need data to be able to move forward and make those decisions. I think we should have something here about, having access to, or, having just the adequate data that you need. That can become part of your culture, right? Because you have to focus on people, which is first, but then data is also important, because that's how you discover what's missing, what are the missing today.
Yeah, and maybe that identifying the needs and the potential of our students is the people focus. I mean, it's focusing on part of the people, you know, a certain subset of people, which is the students. There's also other people, but
Right.
maybe that's part of it, or we just put it out there, you know, as another stuff. I mean, I kind of think, because we're not necessarily laying out the plan for the leadership. If I was on your side, I'd be like, give me as many subsections as you can, because you're giving me as many data points
Mhm.
of what you want for your line to be, so that we can achieve that. But that's me, that's not, you know.
No, I totally agree with that. I mean, I want specific areas that our team and our principals and assistant principals can focus on so that we're not missing the target. What about, you talked about data, right? The Healthy Kids Survey, I think would be something that we could incorporate into, looking at how well we are doing with some of these things. And also creating a culture of service. How are we supportive of every child? You keep saying all means all, right? Which is so important. We need to really make sure that our teachers and our principals and assistant principals and instructional aides and everybody who's on our campuses believes that all students can achieve. And we create a culture where everyone is rooting for and supporting every child. And sometimes I think that doesn't always happen, but I think everybody has the best intentions. There's a lot of pressure on everyone at the schools. However, a belief in the notion that every child can succeed, I think really feeds into a culture of service, supporting every child's learning journey as we move along. So I don't know whether that belongs here or if that falls under the category of educating the whole child, right? Which is really having a focus on making sure that we are providing excellence in our academics, our athletics, our arts, and our activities, and also making sure that we are not forgetting about the social emotional development of each and every student as well.
And that would fall under that bigger umbrella of educating the whole, kind of whole child.
Yeah, and I think it's so important that we piggyback on what we're talking about when we're looking at data, because data is going to inform what we do and how we do it. But data is also going to tell us whether we've achieved our goals and whether we need to drill down further to look at it. Because when we look at gaps in communication or miscommunication, how do we build those connections? There may be gaps that we need to look at. What are we doing about social and emotional learning? Because not every kid fits into one size fits all. So when we're talking about developing a culture of change, we want to change, but know why we're making that change, what the data is telling us to do, and why we're doing it, and how do we know we've achieved it so that we can turn the corner? Because you can't just go in one direction. You have to continue to navigate, and because we're trying to build a product of a future for the children, and we don't even know what that future is going to look like. And so as we do that, we have to have the ability to not only dedicate ourselves to the service, but to really understand where the gaps are so we can build them up as we change.
So if you go back and you look at this page, I was actually thinking, okay, we could add the bullet there, but the truth is it's a bullet that should be under every single one of them. Data focused decisions and metrics. But I think if we kept the cornerstones for success piece, I think the bullet should go there. What you're saying. And it literally is for every single one of them. I mean, it could be in all of them if we want, but
then it does become part of all the other ones.
it does, but if you're articulating how we're working, so I always like this cornerstones for success piece because it really speaks to the methodology of moving forward. Like what is it that you think about? And I think I think data focused reporting and metrics. It's just so important as a almost a standard for literally every task. It's like you have to think of it that way, because otherwise you don't really have marching orders to do what you want to do. And you have you know, no real way of reporting your performance. So yeah, we can put it there, but I think it should be in all of them if we put it there, which is why I actually think it should go in Cornerstones. Because I mean, I'm not kidding. I think it's like, it's because we share this, right? We're going to share this outwardly. And you know, like if we put it under here and we don't have it under the rest of them, you know, someone who wasn't in here with the benefit of this discussion is going to go, why they care about data here and they don't care everywhere else. That's how I'm thinking of it.
I agree with that, but I would like to wordsmith, even though I know we don't necessarily want to get there yet, to be more data informed.
Yeah, I like that. Like data informed is
Data
perfect.
informed is good,
Mhm.
and like you said, under each of the goals, because we are always looking into data.
Just data informed. Because there's other types of measurement, you know, you can say, not just what you see on paper and data. Okay. Okay, let's go back also to, I don't want to miss the idea that you have for the third potential goal overarching. This has to do with the product that you're, or the service that you're providing to create a product that you want to create, right? Education all these students. How do you want to, what do you have against it?
Well, what I put is demonstrated world-class performance, but what I liked about what Mike said is making what we make, creating the product. So, I mean, I think we need to talk about how we get there, and it is 11:45. And so I don't know if you want to start that now or.
You can, let's do lunch. We'll come back to the other two and then finishing up also. Does that sound good? Yep. So half an hour for lunch and we'll come back to it. Actually, let's just have all of these things back in front of your mind.
So Mitch, you wanted a group photo, right?
I love it.
So before we grab our lunch, might we do his group photos?
Yeah.
So
Where
you
would
can
you-
choose to stay or not.
Thank you.
Where would you like
I
us?
liked it. I took a couple years ago out on the front patio, sort of.
Okay.
Possible to walk out there and come back.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I think we might want you in it.
No,
all of
I,
us.
I think he'll test. Do you want all of us or do you want just the board?
Oh, you want everybody, right?
Everybody.
I think if we want you,
Oh, that was really nice of you. Everyone is going to look and be like, who's she? Huh?
They hired
Like,
someone
you
new.
know, So thank you for, I can see the culture shift of inclusion and care and concern. And, so let's look back at your vision and your setting direction document. As you know, for the board responsibility, for the chapter is to talk about board responsibility, where there's the superintendent and staff. And as all of you are aware, some of you have completed MAKE training, Masters in Governance, who has done MAKE. I know that.
Michael has, but he's not here right now.
Okay, oh, great. Mike, did you finish all
A year ago.
of them? A year ago, okay. And Joe said yes, and okay, so that's why it's not surprising to me that you understand the difference between what the board does, the role and responsibility of the board versus the superintendent. And it's all in the work and the house. You have to do that all the time. But your setting direction documents are your vision, mission, goals, and objectives. You come up with those, and the rest as far as action plans and the map to get there come from superintendent. So as we continue on, and if after lunch, feel free to get up and stand up, move around, come, you can gather around the chart paper you're working on. You don't have to sit if you don't want to. And after lunch is a bit harder. So right now we have two main, I guess, categories, broad, really broad goals. My goal is that by the time you're done, you're going to be done with the other two. And give as much information and direction as possible. And feel free to ask specific questions, what do you mean by this? That's really important because that is the product that we want to have completed at the end of the session. That doesn't mean that these will go away and you never hear from them. Chances are they'll come back, we'll be fine, we can keep working on them, depending on the action plans that you and team will come up with. You may have other questions, or you may decide, well, that's not really the direction. Okay, so there's this constant communication, clear, concise, transparent, because that's all going to go into this new culture that you're creating and maintaining. Just because you created one, doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. Right, so you have to continue to make it. So now, let's think of that third category. What should it be? That broad category. If you look at the goals and objectives this past year, so you have them right here, leading edge excellence in academics, art, athletics, and then you added activities. So the 4 A's for this year, right? Long-term fiscal health, technology integration, communication strategy. Let's go back to technology integration for a moment. That I know that with the pandemic, that was a big concern, a big goal for many school districts, all of them, because now, overnight, back in March of 2020, everyone had to move curriculum and instruction to video. And so there was this push for, are we ready? You know, what do we need to do as far as the actual devices and training for your staff, for the students, for the families, for all that. But you're past that now. So should there be a goal on technology moving forward? Again, these are all questions I need you to explore and begin having your conversation. These are your goals. And I really want, I'll try my best to stay out of any ideas or hints, but just kind of remind you of what you have done and, you know, for you to decide where you're going.
So the document that's up there is from 2000 or good through 2020. And I think that during the pandemic, Dr. Troy did an amazing job in terms of the shift to virtual instruction and getting everybody to embrace a learning management system universally. And we have one-to-one devices now. And I think, and Dr. Troy, you can speak to this a little bit, but I think we have really accomplished the integration of technology into the classroom.
Well, I think to a certain degree, yes. I mean, providing the equipment, the hardware, the connectivity, if you will, we're up there. But I don't think the work is completely done because I think there's still work that needs to be done to thoroughly integrate the technology.
Right, right. And so we, as a leadership team, have talked about continuing with staff training in the area of instructional technology. And there was an offering of PD through La Cañada recently. What was that called? What's that called?
There was a Google boot camp that
Yeah.
was offered to our staff as well.
Right. And so we are going to continue to invest in professional development in the area of technology, and it is ongoing because, of course, Dr. Troy has to stay on top of that. And I'm sorry, I should be saying Stephen needs to stay on top of that. And he does a great job. So in terms of it being like its own category, I don't know if the board thinks that should be a separate priority for the 22-23 school year.
Can I ask, so you said we not complete. So how, even we want to complete, never complete, but how much is that we have a budget for the technology investment?
Well, technology integration, it's an ongoing cost, it's ongoing training, right? And then equipment wise, they don't last forever. So, but then a lot of that can be tied to other goals. So, maintaining technology could fall under fiscal health and sustainability. So it's really up to the board to decide what are its top priorities and goals.
I know during the COVID-19, we are using the fund, right? Right now, no more the fund. To use budget.
$9,000 less than SO3 for ACs, and that's it. Everything else is pretty much spending. You have some educator effectiveness grant, $644,000, you got to spend by 2025. What Dr. Cho was talking about, anything that relates to professional development, we can take that cost.
Well, I wonder maybe if we could put it in there, and there's less about it in the pool and more about it. Yes, similar to how it was data and across all of right. When you look at technology within all of our goals, because financially, I mean, we did the best. That's maybe a lot more changes I'm sure about the when and the financial
Right. Exactly. And there was a time when we did not have one-to-one devices, we did not have connectivity at the same level that we do today. We didn't have, the tech academy that Dr. Troy has put together, Stephen, and we're really in a good, solid position of the school district with respect to the integration of technology. It's now a matter of, just making sure that our security is what it needs to be because of the ransomware issues that are circulating, and he's staying on top of that. Making sure that we are on top of the latest technology. But we are at a place where our kids have the technology that they need to be successful, and so our teachers and our principals and our executive team, and even the board for that matter. So I think that it is integrated solidly into everything that we do every day. And Stephen just is managing that, which is not easy. Highly complex. Even think about the way that we manage our board meetings. That is now being done virtually as well. So we are very well positioned in the area of technology. So yes. I do.
Basically add that. I mean, that was actually put in the goals and objectives when I was on the board the first time, and it was an effort listening to it. So it's and 3 numbers 13, 20. And at the time, we were looking to have 2 computers in every classroom. I mean, that literally is the difference.
Yeah.
And, so we were looking at things like classrooms of the future, that kind of thing. And I do agree that, we've advanced a lot. And I also agree, or, I kind of concur that it's not goal objective level. But there probably should be some, sustainable things that we do, and probably this is a good place for it, where we just make sure we don't lose sight of it, so it doesn't ever have to rise to that again. Because part of the goal of a goal and objective is it's sustainable success, right? So it's like you don't sort of get there and then go back and have to do it over again in 20 years.
wonder though, then that makes me wonder if 15, 20 years ago, that the board was looking at the future. What does that mean for us, as what Shelley was saying? We don't know what it's gonna look like. And so part of how do we embed that in part of our goals is, planning for a future and an unknown, whether that be technology, whether that be hands-on learning experiences, real world experiences. And so maybe that becomes part of that third item of the product we're thinking about is how are we really looking to the future of what our students need to have to be on the cutting edge? Because I think that's probably what the idea was behind it, right? And so what does that look like? I mean, I think it's funny because you're sitting 2 computers in every classroom, and then we had a computer lab, and now we have one-on-one.
You had the computer lab, then you had 2 computers.
Then you had 2 computers per classroom.
And a computer.
And a computer lab. And now,
Yes.
and now we
I
have
remember
each
that.
get computer cards, one-on-one devices, right? And I know that some of the schools are trying to figure out, maybe do we start creating maker spaces, right? And how do we create those environments where the students can be creative? And maybe that being part of that whole product of what are we delivering for our students.
But I think that's broad, right? So like, sort of, I mean, maybe even yet another broad area is, 10 to 20 year vision of where things are going. And, whether it's core education, academic, laws, technology, whatever, kind of coming up with some of those that we explore on a regular basis. Because it absolutely was Jetson like thinking at the time. And thank God we couldn't afford it. And we had just finished.
Right.
We had literally just finished the last capital, efforts there. And what we would have had to do is to tear into every wall and put cabling to make it work. And that's why we couldn't afford it. So at any rate, you move on a year or two and you didn't need that. So I think that there is some real kind of importance to looking beyond whatever the next great thing is.
It kind of sounds like what Dr. Choi is saying is that we've got the technology, but we got to focus on the integration part. And so that I going off of what Jane's saying is, it seems as though that would be part of the next goal that we had talked about, being the high level of education product that we're providing. In other words, integrating the technology into the academics, into activities or whatever it is what's going to enhance that product. So I would think that integration is important, but the integration should probably be maybe a subset of one of that next one of the quality product. I think you're right.
Integration of the 4 A's, right?
Right.
Integration into the 4 A's.
I did have one question, and it goes with the not to go back to the culture of service, but I don't know if it would be that or a different one. When we're looking at the service that's provided, if we're trying to provide as much quality service as we can for our students, particularly with the counseling services, that's not academic or athletic or activities or parks. It's another service that the district provides, whether it's college counseling or other types of counseling services. So I don't know if that would be under the culture of service as another subset, or if it's, how do we enhance those other services?
That support the academics, right?
Well, that support the student.
And support the student, right?
Yeah, not so much the academics, because the academics, I would see it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I see that as, teaching the student, but it's the, how do we get these kids into the quality colleges and universities? How do we provide the psychological services that are needed, the other counseling services, not just at the high school, but at the middle schools as well. And that's, part of the social emotional component, but
You're absolutely right. And then that just takes me back to educating the whole child, right? And making sure that we have all of those touch points in place and that we're meeting the needs of every student.
Isn't that the other one we,
Yeah.
yeah.
making
so
what
maybe-
we make, what it make
and creating the product? Couldn't it go
right.
into there?
Yeah, so the product, like originally when I was thinking that, I was thinking, well, those four, academics, arts, athletics, arts activities, but it's actually not. That's part of it. The other part of it is in other words, the goal is, however you say it, the best student that we can produce, the best, graduate that we can.
Great graduate.
Whatever it is, yeah, and however you define that, but that's gonna be, not only them as a person, but the person that's got all those skills from the 4 A's, as well as that social emotional
So,
component, with the broader goal.
If you look at what it says up there, graduates will be, right? That's what the board had previously decided they wanted to see in each one of our graduates. And I think those are important characteristics. And so how we get there in terms of providing excellence in education, in arts, athletics, and activities, will instill those things in each one of our graduates. Are you talking about more like college prep?
Well, I'm talking really the healthiest, most prepared, student, soon to be alumni,
Right,
that is most prepared for the world.
the real world, like you
That
said earlier.
includes
Yeah.
mental health
Right,
to math.
Right.
And everything in between. It
That's the whole
includes
time.
that the
Mhm.
person, when they step off of our campus, they are ready for the world,
Mhm.
take on the world. And so, I don't know how you define, it's like you were saying, the quality graduates or whatever it is that we define, and then you have those subsets. It's gonna have those 4 A's, it's gonna have the
right.
social part.
But it could also have the counselors because, while counselors, I mean, I think we have argued forever about the need for expanded services within counseling. And, I don't know what's happened in the last decade or so, but probably not much different than the way it was before, because you're still limited with the number of counselors. So the focus is really around what classes have you taken, how are you doing, and how does that translate to where you can apply? I mean, that's generally sort of the formula, right? But the best packaging of that candidate is around kind of the entire thing. And it's recognizing that a kid might be struggling in 9th grade and saying, okay, you need to take a step back and here's what, I want to help you with. So they get mentally strong and they're able to take that AP class next, whatever, right?
Right.
Whatever it really is. So they don't just shut down and then not be able to carry on. So it's kind of that much more early intervention. And I mean, the counselor's the one that sort of travels through that student's career with them and are the ones that should have the greatest opportunity to help that along. But we don't have enough, right? And, we need to build in more ability for them to have smaller class sizes or smaller groups they represent. So, I mean, if you go back to the making up a product thing, I think counseling is very much a component of that. Because that's the one person who's really helping understand what the kids' passions are, understanding what they have to have, and then putting that package together.
Right.
And quite frankly, that's what kids should go to poly because that's what their counselors do.
Yeah.
That is the literal reason that you go to poly is because that's what the counselors do. And we've always said that, and we wish we could do that here.
Yeah, I'm glad when we mentioned about counter service, that's the one of I point out, the culture of service. Actually, culture of service, I try to say I would rather the teacher staff principal, they have like a more proactive, the working the attitude to taking care for the some of the issue or problem. I give you an example. Last 3 years, we are not SMUSD, but due to the couple issue, one of you remember the recommendation letter. So the parents, some of the parents believe they only trust for one of the senior counselor because you know the deputy, the only this one can write a good letter, right?
Yeah.
So before this year, we are struggle because some of the parents they are looking for they do their own way to appear whether they can get the recommendation letter from this staff and the counselor, even she no longer with us. And also the some parents they say that, oh, you know, our counselor is always a junior, so then what happened? But luckily, you know, this year we have a very good result.
Yeah.
Suddenly look like everyone shut our mouths, not mentioned.
Right.
But what happened for the next year, right? So in that we still need to go back, you know, no matter what is a senior or junior counselor, so we have to use the professional development to let them to really, you know, they can give any student or guidance. Yeah, we cannot say, oh, then the parents say, oh, because they are the junior, you know, I don't want them. Yeah, because the pool, no matter is not a senior, but we have a good result. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. You know, with the professional development or give them to update the knowledge, and then, you know, next they need to proactively, you know, help each student. Yeah. So that no matter what, you know, even the result may not be good like this year, but then the parent will feel okay, they are doing their best to help the student. Yeah.
And I know that the high school administration is working on that, in that they have informed us that they have the counselors now meeting with the kids in their freshman year, which never happened before. So they are meeting with their students more frequently than ever before. And so that is something that is on our radar in terms of strengthening that. The other thing that we need to be aware of is our counselors have taken on a broader role at the high school in terms of also working with students in terms of their social emotional issues and struggles. And that is something that has really changed since you were here last as a board member. There's been more and more focus on making sure that we're meeting the needs of our students in terms of their social emotional well-being. And that has taken a lot of time and energy. And we have a counselor who is fully, you know, dedicated to our San Marino High School Wellness Center. And that has really provided a tremendous help with the other counselors who are working on college and career preparation.
How many counselors do we have now?
We have
High school?
5 counselors plus the wellness.
What?
Right.
5 including.
4, I'm sorry, 4, including the wellness counselor is the 5th one. Yeah. So 4 plus the wellness.
There's also MFTs, the interns.
Right, which has been a wonderful gift. We've had marriage family therapists, interns. Yes, helping in the wellness centers. And we're going to have a grand reopening of the middle school wellness center this year. If you haven't been there, you should definitely stop by. It is an amazing space for kids, and we plan to staff that with MFT interns as well.
So just because we're talking about being data informed, so the difference between how it used to be and how it is today, it was 1 counselor for every 300 students. And what you just described is about 1 counselor for every 160 students.
Right.
So you really can, I mean, it still may be too much. I don't know what the right number is, but I mean, you cut it in half. So there really is much more opportunity to have more experience and knowledge about the student.
Yep. And we have to take into consideration that the admissions requirements have changed dramatically. Some colleges and universities are still requiring SAT scores, things of that nature. Some aren't, which really is a shift and a departure from what we're all used to. That doesn't mean that parents are not, you know, continuing to have their children take the SAT. I think most of our parents are still doing that, right, Jane? Yeah. And so it's a different world that we're living in. And I think that colleges and universities are looking for more diversity in terms of their admissions process. And that will be and will continue to be a challenge for us at the high school. But I think counseling is a really important area and has always historically been important in San Marino. And so that really should appear somewhere in terms of the board's goals for this year.
I kind of think that the question is whether it's part of that
Broader goal.
good global citizen work product that then has the 4 A's in counseling, or if it's an entirely separate goal. You know, I don't know.
What does everyone else feel about it? Let's work on the third one. What I'm hearing is professional development and educating the whole staff. Right? I think those are the two themes that you're talking about. Will those fall under culture, either one or both, or do we start in the remember professional development that will support the programs and initiatives you have that will contribute to culture of collaboration and positive culture, and also educating the whole child, which we have all alluded to. So, start a new one. What are your thoughts with that?
So what did you say besides educating the whole child? What was the first part?
Professional development, professional training and development. But that was one goal last year. That was its own standing goal. And it's important because regardless of what programs you have, what initiatives you start, if there's no support for those who are going to deliver it, then nothing is going to happen. Right? You're not going to achieve the results you want to achieve. It looks good on paper that you have certain programs, but then you're not really being delivered. Does that make sense?
I feel like the professional development and the training, and I had mentioned earlier, the accountability becomes again one of those data-informed technology strategies that runs across everything we do. Because we can't have a good, strong fiscal health and sustainability plan without people who know what their job is and who are trained to do it well. We can't, the culture of service, everyone has to be able to be really committed to that. So I wonder if that's another one of those, it falls over everything.
I vote for that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me too. Yeah, so Vanna can meet.
So I think your culture piece is the one that can have all of those points that will touch all your goals, right? So because that's contributing to your culture of service, your parent.
I think that is an entirely different strategy, like entirely different. And I think that the cornerstones for success, which I think is what you're talking about. I mean, that's where I wrote it down. So that's what I was interpreting. Literally is not an objective. That's a tool. It's a tool to deliver results. I don't think it should be there at all, because I think we have to be super careful about how we create a culture of service. And need to focus on what that culture actually is. And, you know, a tool to get the culture once defined is professional development, but it's also going to be a tool to deliver making what we make, you know. So I think we have, I mean, if you want to create cornerstones for success as a place to park things, we could do
So
that.
can we do another, like, yeah, can we do that? Can we put that up on the wall?
What's the parking lot?
Cornerstones for
Well, I think we
success
come
and
up
start
with
reading
something
out.
really well
Do that right there.
Oh,
got it. I was like, I never really knew.
Strategies for achieving goals.
Yes, love it.
I
Perfect.
think it allows
So this
us.
becomes its own paper.
Yes.
Yes.
She's
Just,
gonna do it
I mean,
right.
honestly, I think it's like some version of this, whether we call it that or
Right,
not, it's like kind of what that.
So then we move data informed under there.
Yeah.
and Pull it out of.
Once you have the major categories, then you can start moving things around.
Oh, I actually put data informed over here anyway.
So you could, oh, should we strike it there and move it over to
We can put it
corner?
wherever. No,
Yeah.
I mean,
We'll keep it there
I
for
mean,
now,
I think
Angela.
we're
Leave it there for
gonna
now.
like
Put it in
work
both.
on this forever, you know. It's certainly not wrong there.
Right.
But
Okay.
these also capture then what you were talking about.
As far as,
Ooh, there are cornerstones.
yeah, I mean, I think what I'm hearing is things like professional development is a tool and a strategy to achieve the 3 or 4 goals that we have. So, yes, I mean, I think it would be under there, whether it's called Cornerstones for Success
Yeah.
or tools and strategies for achieving goals, whatever, you know, whatever it is. So, you know what I mean? It's kind of the same.
Same logic.
Yeah.
But this isn't really a goal, right? These are just techniques.
Area and then you'll create a goal.
Technology integration.
I think, yeah, I think all from the data.
And the data.
No, I like the way we're going.
I think that third goal, data informed. We can leave it on.
Okay, leave it there.
I don't know.
Well, put it both places,
Yeah.
because for sure we're gonna have it under there, because it's gonna fall in a lot of places. And depending on what happens with culture of service, there may be some version of that. Because that does require some heavy duty metrics.
Found the divot. No, not that, not that. I know,
And then
very
the
safe.
third goal is what you're really trying to get us to.
Yeah.
Which I think really is, you know, delivering great graduates, extraordinary, whatever we want to call it, but, you know, some language about being the best you can be, kind of thing.
It's like it's the student.
High quality global citizen. something like that.
The student experience. Producing high quality global citizens.
I like that.
Because
Like
that's
to.
not just academics and the
Right.
that's people that have perspective of what the world is
I like it.
and needs.
Yes,
Well, and I think it gets us beyond 12th grade.
yeah.
Because what we want our students to be the next president or,
Right.
you know, the next superintendent of some school
Yes.
district somewhere, or, you know, whatever. I mean, we want students who are making a difference in the
Right.
world, right? We would like for them to cite us instead of their college for that extraordinary success.
Producing global citizens.
High quality global
Citizens.
citizens.
Okay. I need it.
Just don't forget it by the time you get to college.
We'll try to all help you.
Global citizens. What is it?
Producing.
High quality. global.
Perfect. You guys are really good at
I'm
this.
looking at your mission to see how we're capturing.
I want to return a little bit back to, the technology piece and integration. So part of having the vision for technology, Stephen, you can correct me after I say my name. Is, really, okay, so we say, good job. We transitioned from a traditional style of teaching and learning to distance learning, to hybrid, now we're back to in-person, and we have the ability to pull back out and do different modalities of learning. And I get it. Good for us, board meetings, we can have cameras, we can integrate, we can put something up in a spur of the moment. I mean, Stephen is wonderful. That's our top performing high end, right, Stephen? What I like to see when I walk into a classroom is that the teachers and the students are integrating, fully integrating and using the technology. And that means whether they are studying Macbeth and they're understanding how to compose the music on the laptop that depicts that scene and the tone and the mood, or they're in sports medicine and they're looking at the performance of an athlete and how does that performance measure on how high he jumped, what are the specific data that we can collect on that. Then we're looking at anatomy. How are we looking at that spine? How are we looking at the integration of that piece of technology and how the kids can apply it to the real world. Stephen was away a little bit and we had done, a number of demonstrations. So in each of our subject area content, I would like to see the integration of that technology, which lifts our students and our teachers and takes us to the next level. I get it. I walk into the classroom and I see the study of shapes. I get that. I walk into PE and people are all, tackling and volleyball and all that stuff is going on. What are the other things that we can use our technology for that advances that study, that gives our students a real world application? And how do we make that global citizen? How do we address that productivity that we want to see in our students? Because the kids are not always doing the internships like we're thinking. That's a traditional way of thinking. We need to go beyond that and say, yeah, I can sit in the court of law and I can, see how the attorneys are, doing their battle, but how do they handle the information? So they did a case law study. How would they translate that to how they would apply it in their daily writing, in speech and debate, in the next field that they're looking at? Because, my own children who graduated 9 years ago, I had the mathematics. So, years ago, they didn't have the technology in the high school as we know today, but they had to integrate. My son, who's now looking at different data points and how to measure the productivity or the efficiency or how much this business is going to, the valuation of the business, versus my son who's creating apps for startup companies. They've had to do it. They didn't have all this in high school, but this is our way of looking at what do we need to do in terms of integrating the technology, taking our academics, athletics, art. How do we do that? Because that person who's performing, the person who's doing BAFA, they can use and integrate technology too. But I'm not seeing that, and I've walked all over the place, different school districts, and this is where we need to take them. And I'm very excited about this because this is next generation, this is cutting edge, this is looking at.
Are you talking about technological expression at that point?
And application and integration.
I completely get what Shelley is talking about. It's truly the application of technology for innovation and student achievement. I think many of us agree that we move beyond connectivity, integrating technology for connectivity. We're at that critical juncture where we can take advantage of the tools, right, and apply it. So,
yeah, it kind of seems like what Shelley's saying is, okay, we're going to, on the next one, we're going to set this producing high quality global citizen goal. Under that, it's going to be, smacking that out of the park with the 4 A's, and we're going to use the technology integration as a tool and strategy on achieving that goal. And she wants to see that, which, unless but yeah, that's going to play in on integrating technology into our culture of service as well, and into our physical health, and those are the tools and the strategies that are going to be used to help achieve these goals. So,
sorry.
I was just gonna add on to what Mr. Fleming said. It also promotes student agency, right? Student voice, student choice, when you bring in the application of technology and integration.
To comment on the theory, so I want to point out, I know we are doing, but I think this probably is a very important concept. I think also I think it's a new idea for our school district for the focus in the future. Because we are the unified school district K-12, so we really need to utilize our limited resource to expand for the student learning. I think after the middle school new principal, so there is a participate about the high school, the activity or some seminar, because they are in charge for the middle school. The next stage is high school. So I think that is very important, and just like we are talking about maybe the idea for the medical art, so certain class can taught in the elementary stage, and certain go to the middle school and then the high school. And when we are doing this, actually, even we don't provide the internship, but this concept is like some you already have like a practical training. Like when we go to the Grandeur, look at what they call the sports medicine. For those students, when they learn the sports medicine, if they are the athlete, I think they know how to prevent for the injury, right?
They were not athletes, they were.
Yeah, I know, but I mean when they do the sports,
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
so
yes.
because they know how to take care for the ankle twist, right? So this is just an example. So what I'm trying to say, I think with your leadership, I know you are going to this way, but this from the elementary, middle, and then the high school. We can do organize a series, the education. So then some of the parent, when their kids finish from elementary, or they may say, oh, maybe I should stay with
Right.
middle school, or I should stay with the high school, because
There's vertical alignment.
yeah. So this is what I'm trying to mention. Yeah.
Right. Sorry, I had to step up because I'm coughing and it's not appropriate to cough in front of other people now. Excuse me. And I have allergies. It's not COVID, believe me. I've taken two tests the last 6 weeks that this has been happening to me. But are we now, and I'm so sorry, are we still working on this one, or okay?
We added what, from what I collected from the comments, added the application. So not just integration of technology, integration and application. We are working on it. And what I'm hearing is perhaps some critical thinking skill for the students. I mean, how do you produce a high quality global citizen?
Can I just, it's funny you should pick critical thinking, because that was like when you started talking about Macbeth. I mean, for those of you who don't know, I'm an English major. And funny thing is, it's really come in handy. But as you were talking about Macbeth in particular, it really sort of piqued my thinking. And I think, my son played baseball here in San Marino, and his coach was a bit ahead of the curve with using technology. And he had full-scale technology that evaluated the swing, pitches, you name it, everything. It was really quite phenomenal what he was able to produce. So it's extraordinary. And, the team definitely improved as a result of the utilization of that technology. So I'm a huge fan of technology. But the one caution I just want to bring up is, when you establish an idea that technology integration needs to somehow be something you see, and, I know you didn't say this, but I'm just going to, for the sake of argument, go there. Basically everything. I think you have to be careful. And Macbeth is what really did it for me. Just so you know, Macbeth is really a great Shakespearean play to help kids learn true critical thinking. This is a Scottish guy, amazing Scottish guy, who goes and kills the king to become the king. And, bad things happen. That's just generally what happens in Macbeth. If there is ever a play that has more real world connections in it, I'm not sure I could think of it at this very moment. Critical thinking to me is a skill that's missing here. And it's not technology. Technology does the thinking for you. You may have to figure out how to use it, But literally, our kids need to know critical thinking. They need to know when a president does something bad. Well, that's very Macbeth-like, isn't it? You know, I mean, they need to put those synapses together. And I want to make sure that where we're not going is check boxes for teachers. An extraordinary English teacher probably is not using computers, right? She's telling the story. She's saying, why don't you write about this? You know, that kind of thing. And I don't want to lose that, because that's a teacher I want. I want the technology too, don't get me wrong, but I want my kid learning the critical thinking.
Technology is a tool, but
Right.
all of your students, that's the goal.
Well,
And they need to be able to, or you're.
to be clear, technology is not my goal. Critical thinking is my goal.
Right.
And to the extent that technology helps provide that, great. It's a tool, right? And it may maximize it. I don't think it does it in Macbeth, but you can prove me wrong. I'm just saying, like, I mean, but it may do great things in medical arts or math or whatever, right? I just wanted to make sure we don't link those two entirely.
You know, I love that you brought the focus back to critical thinking, because it is in fact critical thinking and how we apply real world applications. So, my apologies if I.
No, it's how I heard it, and
Yeah, but really, there is something to be said about taking it to the next level. So now after I've read it, after I've written about it, after I've interacted with the characters and the theme and the setting and all that, now what? Because the student needs to demonstrate some level of proficiency, the critical thinking piece, and that student also has an opportunity to produce it either in writing, in technology, in presentation, in integrating the different fields. So whether it's through music, memorization, performance, designing the costumes for the play, those things all integrate. And that's how we can address the different learning styles and modalities. And that's how we can address the needs of the students, because not every student is alike, right? Like I may love reciting and memorizing passages, but the next student, the one sitting right beside me, may be really musically talented, maybe gifted in designing costumes or looking at setting and how that applies. And so those things are kind of important to recognize as we're producing or elevating the learning, because if we're going to go back to the traditional way of teaching something, we lose some of the kids. We're not, I'm an English major too, we're not always going to be English majors, and we need to give them those skills but I totally get what you're saying, because underneath all of that should be critical thinking as well, in terms of when we're looking at academics and even athletics, there is an intellectual component to it. Reimagine your son getting all of that technology know-how about the swings and the various things, but then to apply it in sports medicine or to look at performance, the whole.
Or he got it in 9th grade instead of when he actually got it 11th grade.
Yeah.
What could have happened, you know?
Yes, you know, like, and then where do you think that needs to go there? Obviously, it's a critical skill to be critical thinkers. Is that a cornerstone for success? That's going to give you the students that you desire to have graduate from the district, right? When you're
So
able to produce-
Today, it's at the bottom. You want to, yeah.
Graduates will be.
Scroll,
Yeah,
right?
it's a definition of what, not
Right.
a goal, but that's a definition of what.
What they
our
are.
Product
Right.
is.
Right.
That's the
And
end.
That's
so
right.
critical thinkers and, you know, collaborative,
Mhm.
adaptive, and on, all of that
Mhm.
is important. I would also throw on socially aware. people.
Socially conscious or,
Yeah,
right?
or whatever
Yeah,
it is, if it's not on there, but
I know.
that should be on there.
it should be on there.
But that's sort of, I mean, I see the way this is laid out, where defining what a graduate needs to be is important. It's very similar to that goal, because a graduate needs to be a high quality global citizen. But we wouldn't, I'm not sure if we're necessary. All of these are important, but I don't think that we list all of them. These are, you know, or we just have it as a separate box like we do,
Right.
and maybe add a few more on if needed.
That can be modified and it can stay as a box, but
Yeah.
modified is what you want it to be. If that document is needed.
Right.
Before I think you got on the board, right?
Joseph and I.
Okay,
And so, what are we looking for with high
Very
quality
old.
global citizens? We're looking for, that's the, what we've talked about already is quality programs in each of the 4As, as well as counseling, as, and then maybe some others that are listed in there, I would think.
Other comments, reactions to that?
I agree. Does that
Okay.
count?
So I guess we just,
So-
quality programs achieving the 4As
Yeah.
would be one, and then quality,
Program achieving the 4A.
Yeah.
Right? With the support systems in place. The counseling program or.
And probably,
well, the counseling, yes, although I guess that either that is a support for those 4As, or it's an entirely separate
Separate one.
issue, because you can be highly academic, but still need help getting into college, and you know what I mean, and or whatever. So maybe it's quality programs achieving the 4As, as well as, quality counseling programs.
So what about, would DEI be transferable under that category as well, producing high quality global citizens, being, acclimated to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and understanding, and having a sensitivity toward others who are not like you, or not? Or is that not what you meant about global citizens?
Well, I think it's part of that. It's being socially aware. You're right. It is part of it, but it's also, but I think DEI really kind of goes into both, because the
Yeah, I
culture
do
of
too.
success, that's our institution. Whereas producing high quality global citizens, that's our students.
Right.
So we need DEI in both.
Yeah.
We need to have it for us, and we need to have it for them.
so maybe it's
So
a
maybe
cornerstone too.
Yeah.
Social awareness and competency, or just DEI?
Well, I thought the one thing that I didn't, put up here is the global piece, sort of the global citizen component. I think we have to add that to the producing oh, you have it in the top.
I think
Yeah.
it's a different DEI in a way.
Yeah, so
It-
I think the one that here, this is the culture that you're creating,
Right.
right? So, and then you will see it in all the programs and initiatives that you're producing. But I feel like it does belong under the culture. So then you're creating a culture, right, that's inclusive.
it could be in both. It
And
could be,
it
we're talking
well,
about
it will be
DEI.
everything then, right?
Yeah.
But repeat what you just said, socially competent.
Social awareness and competency.
I like that. Social awareness and competency.
So when I just add that,
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That's going to produce that global citizen, right?
and should we link that to this section here so that, because that's ultimately what we're saying they have, and maybe we make less of a, list. With this much of a list, it almost seems like you're trying to list literally everything, and
Right. Yeah.
for sure, you're leaving something out.
You really capture the attention of your reader. If you have a few bullets and if you have 10, then you're not going to get them to read all of them.
Well, and keep in mind, this was a collaborated version, so some people,
Right.
and so we really went from a huge document to this one
Right.
pager. And it took quite a lot to get agreement on these sections. So now you all are used to this more.
Take a long time, right? This is not a one session, because we all need to think, reflect, contribute to conversation, so it does take time. So let's look at what we have, and then we can, for a change of pace, we could go back to the fiscal health, because that's like one standalone, goal.
But we did also talk about quality counseling programs
Yes, oh, yes.
that we need to include there, like the kids need quality counseling. Not just counselors, but counseling programs.
Robust counseling
Yes,
programs.
Yeah,
maybe.
whatever we, right.
Yeah.
So at least we're not suggesting we don't have quality ones.
Well, right.
And maybe the same with quality up top, we make that some version of robust,
Expanded.
expanded.
Expanded social awareness and competency. I like that.
Counseling.
No, I know we're kind of bouncing around, but social awareness and competency is important, and maybe it is directly a subset of that goal, but it's also what a graduate will be. So do we include it on that instead of that goal? Or, well, I don't know.
I think we should probably ultimately modify that.
Yeah.
So maybe
Add
we
another
finish
bullet point, yeah.
these, yeah, I mean, we could add one for now, but I mean, I think once we play with this language, I mean, I would suggest we go back and edit this one to match it a little bit more. I mean, I know Sapita's going to talk about how we you know, sort of finish this out. Because we're not going to be finished, we're just going to set direction today. And we somehow need to figure out how to move from where we are at the end of the day to something like this we can put on our website that people get this from, right?
So one thing, I don't know if this is too micromanaged or not for this goal, but what I would like to see is more internships, more real world experience of our students, not just, you know, classroom experience, but get our kids out in the community to, and if it's the capstone course of the,
Maybe it's just real world
What-
experiences.
well, yeah, I mean, it's internship, it's, I can't believe I forgot the term, but what is the program where you're taking the succession? CTE. Thank you. And now I'm on video, not on the screen. But finishing it with a internship in that area, that's giving you everything you've learned academically and then applying it in real world so that you're actually prepared to do what you've learned. I mean, I would love to see that. I think quality citizens who are prepared for the world have that real world experience.
Well, I think if we want to take that down though, to the elementary school level, it becomes about real world experiences. So at the elementary level, you're not going to necessarily have an internship, but how are you interacting with the world? So maybe that just becomes, like, I'm trying to think of how to make it a neat little bullet point. Real world experiences and opportunities.
Well, I mean, I think, so it is really difficult for college students to get internships. And very few of these companies are going to provide them for high school students. I mean, you know, we may be able to leverage some contacts and make it happen, but I just want to be careful. Because I think what really happens at the high school level is they get awareness. They may be able to contribute in some way. But I'm just not sure 280 students of the senior class are going to be able to go out and actually truly get an internship.
Well, but not necessarily only from a company or from corporate America, but from social programs. My son, not to be, governing based on my son, but my son did a search online to find different internship opportunities, and he found a great one with Peace Over Violence, which is designed to, effectively work against domestic violence, sexual violence, and so on. Any of these real world experiences where kids are learning skills, but also going into communities that they're not necessarily a part of, whether they're part of that community or they're part of a corporation or they're part of a company, whatever it is. I think there are a lot of opportunities that can happen. I'm not saying we're going to achieve it for every student or that it's a graduation requirement, but it's an opportunity for them to learn from that. So,
well, certainly some sort of world exploration is a big thing, right?
Yeah.
So like, my daughter did National Charity League, my son was an Eagle Scout. I mean, there's those things, those opportunities definitely exist, but it's more a, it's definitely not how I kind of see internships. This is more like you're doing the work, but someone's arranged for these work opportunities for you. I mean,
yes.
So,
But the outdoor education in the middle school, for example, is a perfect example of learning out in the world. It's not in a classroom.
Right,
So-
it's a real
and-
world
And so that's
experience.
bringing it down into the middle school level, into the elementary. I'm sure you guys can come up with some opportunities for that as well, field trips or whatever they are.
So I just want you to be aware that when we had a counselor that was working in the career center, one of the big initiatives was to have that counselor responsible for student internships at the high school. That did not go so well, and the challenge was that kids are overscheduled at the high school, and they themselves weren't as interested as we wanted them to be in some of these internship opportunities because they were just too busy doing other things. Having said that, we do want to create some opportunities for students at the high school. And one example of that is if we're looking at a medical arts academy, we're talking with USC right now, and we'd be interested in talking with UCLA or other IHEs about capstone projects with their universities, medical schools, or internships. And so right now we do have an offer from USC if they get funded for research project to involve our students in conducting research at USC. So we're going to work on that, but it probably will not be, as President Caldwell said, universal in terms of really affecting every student at the high school, but for some, it's certainly going to be a wonderful and unique opportunity. And it goes back to what Mr. Chang was saying, which is, we need to distinguish ourselves as a high school. And Mr. Kalaki, you were saying, there's lots of different ways to look at this, right? It doesn't have to be an internship with a corporation. Outdoor ed is a great, great experience for students. Real world, what your son is doing sounds amazing. We have a community member that Mrs. Ryan knows really well, who is very involved in the rescue mission downtown, Joy Forest. And I think she's their vice president.
Well, Lisa Sloan's on the board.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
It has been for a long time. Karen's on the board.
Yeah.
Karen's getting her PhD to
Love it.
actually work with the women in that program.
That is wonderful. That's remarkable. And so we do have people in the community that can create those connections for us. And certainly that's a great opportunity for our students to get involved.
You
So-
know the, sorry.
I like that.
Well, that, but I think it's about exposing our children and giving them opportunity. I mean, that's what
Yeah,
we're.
right.
It's real world
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. Providing real world experience, right?
So-
Could we say providing?
Real world experience. Linda, what you just
Yeah.
said about our kids being overscheduled,
Right.
I mean, I actually think that's part of our issue too, because what our kids are doing is the shotgun approach to
Yes.
trying to cover themselves for their college application, right? And literally everything you read says that's the worst possible thing you could do. So part of the transition to get to these high quality citizens is to find ways for our kids to focus on what they love, right? So instead of parents like me saying, okay, yes, you're going to here, here, and here this summer, and they're like, and we pick the thing they really like, and that's what they do, and I'm okay with it,
And I think maybe perhaps our counselors meeting with them during their freshman year will help to guide that journey in ways that we haven't seen before.
It's the parents though.
I understand, but
So the kids are
I
one thing.
understand.
In ninth grade, they haven't pushed back yet, so the parents still control it.
right,
It's somewhere in that frame where the kids say, hell no.
right. But we can provide parent information nights at the high school. We have, evenings where we provide counseling information to parents. And so I think it's a process of education of not only our students, but our parents. Yeah, we should start that at the middle
I
school.
mean, because
Absolutely.
they shouldn't go there, because, I
Right.
mean, like, there are all these old people that are like helping inform these kids about, or they're these younger parents. They come to us for stuff all the time.
Sure.
We're probably not giving them the right advice.
You guys are training them to do
To
things that,
be
yeah,
what you don't want.
right. Thank you.
To echo the Jenny, because all the time I have experience helping for the student to get an internship, but in I'm kind of discouraging myself to do that, because we want to give our student internship. They need have some pre-education process, to the student and the parent. Just like a parent, that they said they want to change the hospital volunteer every 2 weeks. I said this is not good, because you better you stay with the one consistently, right? Why they think they can put all the hospital name on the one page. It doesn't help, right? So and also some the parents, they are very pushing, they think because once you go to the internship is like the relationship between the employer and employee. So they need to, this is really the step out to the real world. You need to learn how to follow the company. The guidance is not or you still in the Smyrna High School, or you can do whatever. Yeah. And also some they may pay attention about the dress code. So like you go to the left, then you may need to have white coat, whatever. So a lot of things we need to educate the parent and the student before we send them out.
Yeah, something we came up earlier and ties into that is that idea of making, like, there should be some sort of vertical progression.
Yes.
If we're starting kids off with exposure to various fields, because part of the problem with having the benefit to a shotgun approach is a lot of kids don't know what they want to do. And
Right.
so sometimes the pressure is that the kids feel that they have to focus on one thing. And maybe it's not what they really want, but it may be easy to focus on that one thing and just stick with it. And then they get to college and they kind of stick it out, and next thing you know, they hate it. So I think that, and this is therein again lies our challenge as a comprehensive school, is that we have to be able to meet those needs for different types of learners, where you have the one who wants to just go straight through in one path and never diverts from it, and another one that's jumping and doing different things. So I think, I don't know at some point how we build in that vertical progression of, there is this period of exploration, exposure, and then there's a period of really digging deep. And I think that ultimately gets to that global citizen. So when they graduate, they can go in the direction they need to go in. I mean, like the math, that's the big thing with the math frameworks right now, is you need to set them up for a certain path, but you don't commit them so early that you've created any barriers to them getting there in the end, but you need to create the opportunities for them to go in the different directions. The kid who's just doing social science in high school doesn't necessarily have to take calculus, but he really needs to take data science. So how are we creating those vertical pathways through?
Thank you for bringing that up, because it's very important, and that has been top of mind for Dr. Richter in her role as Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services. And she's been working very closely with our secondary principals to create those pathways, if you will, through vertical alignment. And so that is something that is on our radar, but I do appreciate you bringing it up, because it is very, very important for us and for our sustainability going forward.
I don't know what that looks like in terms of.
But I think it's kind of a big thing, because, you're right, you don't want to specialize. I mean, in theory, what you're learning is, how to apply your gifts wherever, right? But even when you apply to college as a senior, the vast majority of colleges expect you to declare your major on your application, right? And so, at 18 years old, you really probably aren't in a position to know that. And I think that has to be a bit of an outcome as well, that, you don't feel trapped to become whatever it is you put on your application. I mean, but, you need to learn how to pivot from where you are and go wherever it is you think your passion's going to be, because it's true. I mean, there are so many. I mean, honestly, I was really surprised when both of my kids had to figure out exactly what they wanted to be at 18 years old.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I knew that. I mean, I had an idea.
Because I think that nowadays it's less about what do you want to be and what field do you want to exist in, because everybody's making these lateral moves and they're not staying in one job for 10, 15 years. They're staying in their field for
Not
10 to 15 years.
necessarily. I think you can move out of your field too.
Right. And they're
Like
moving
if
out
I
of their
pick
field,
medicine
they're
and I
moving
end
their
up.
transfer field. Right. So
And I think that's the key, is that kind of gets back to, having learned, I mean, you learn a lot of things that are important if, let's say, you become a doctor, right? I mean, but you learn a lot about learning as part of that process that you can apply elsewhere, and should find ways to do it if it's, if what you're doing is not what you want to do, or what you're learning isn't what you want to learn.
One other thing that I do think is important to get these high quality global citizens a head start is that we should include expanded CTE and dual enrollment opportunities, because that's going to get them one step further in whatever their progression is that they're going to do. So I mean, we've talked about expanding CTE opportunities. I think that obviously also helps with the dashboard factor as well. But the dual enrollment, expanding those classes, I think are very, very important.
Do you want to add those to under your producing high quality global citizen? dual enrollment and CTE?
I mean, I think it naturally falls under the academic part of the 4A, you know,
I agree.
and that's, those are specific programs that fall under that academic, you know, it might be a sub. Now we're kind of micromanaging, but when we're talking about something as big as CTEs specifically identified on things like the dashboard and dual enrollment, you know, I think it merits being mentioned, or at least a sub under the 4A.
Keep in mind that the main umbrella, the overall goals that you're setting, it will go to obviously Linda, and your team will come up with the house. And a lot of what you have under are going to be what the team will work on developing, and maybe some that you're not even thinking about, right? Because our team specializes in education and creating educational outcomes. So I just want to make sure that all of your thoughts and reflections are captured here for Linda to know, so she can bring this back to her team and come up with, and I want to acknowledge your commitment, Mike, for staying in the watch and not getting into the how. And I know you mentioned it a few times, but I don't want to micromanage. And that's exactly when boards start saying, this is daycare, because you're all here to do care, and you're doers. If you're not doers and fixers, you wouldn't be here. It's really hard as a board member who really cares and is passionate about the field of education and is giving, you all volunteer your time. It's very difficult to just sit there and just say the what, right? Because you want to get into the how. But I really acknowledge your commitment to just staying in the what. And I know it's difficult.
And whether it's written there or it's as the team is then meeting and they say, you know, I do remember hearing CTE and dual enrollment was important, then they go and they factor it in. That's fine as well. It's a big enough issue. But
Yes.
you know, it's either one, that's fine.
And we are continuing to work on dual enrollment opportunities and CTE pathways and possibly academies. So, which is a different spin on that pathway, right? So we're going to be looking at those things, and they are certainly things that we are continuing to work on as we go. We're going to be meeting with a board member from PCC very soon to just restart the conversation about dual enrollment. So
why don't we
those
just
things are
put it
happening.
as a parenthesis kind of thing under achieving the 4As, so we at least
Sure.
capture it?
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, so we're gonna go back to parent fiscal health, right?
Good. So I mean, one of the things that I had captured is we wanted our, you know, staff and students to feel proud of place, proud, you know, where do we want that under culture?
I think so,
I mean,
right?
because I think it's important, you know, like I think we want people to be like, I got this from San Marino, or, you know, we're really lucky to live in San Marino because our kids get whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, only if everybody else agrees.
No, I
I
think-
just kind of like the concept of that.
It does.
I think pride and confidence too.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if pride includes confidence already, if it does, is it become redundant to say that?
At this point, look
Yeah,
at
and confidence.
like whatever it takes, we want them to be beating their chest that, you know,
Yeah.
they got it from us.
I like that.
Now, what I like you to do, look at your notes, because this morning I asked you to look at and identify areas for focus, right, for setting the goal. Take a look and see if you have already captured all of those areas that you selected. And then what I asked Lisa to do is to ask the questions that you need, so then you're walking away with a very clear picture of what needs to happen.
Can we?
And then you're going to,
Okay,
so
okay.
let's do that, just to do something different, and then you're going to come back to this as well. Yes, for it under here. And you're going to look at your fiscal goal from last year. If you can put that up, I think that was that goal 4 or? was that the
Tina,
third
can you
one?
pull that one back up? Thank you.
The financial fiscal.
Yeah.
That was one of the goals.
Goals and objectives,
Yeah,
second.
yeah,
Yeah,
or
he
was
has
it-
it, yeah.
Okay.
So
Steven has it.
in my notes, the only thing I see missing, and it's probably implicit, but Jane and Shelley both use the term deep engagement. And I think we should add that to our high quality global citizens. We want them to be deeply engaged.
Deep learning and deep engagement, that we heard, right?
Well, I wrote down engagement
Engagement,
and
and
then put parentheses deep. So somebody, I don't know who said what, but
I think,
I like it, but can you tell me like engaged in what?
I mean, I'll let I didn't bring it up, so I'll let Shelley, I like it,
I'm
so
not a quick-
I
I
can
just
give
wanna
you my
understand.
definition, yeah, but I mean, I think we should defer it to Shelley or Jane initially, since my notes say they brought it up.
Yeah, to be deeply engaged means not on the surface. So on the surface level, you can be learning grammar or you can be learning technology. It can be a deeper look, a study means engagement and kind of buy-in, if you will, invested time, invested energy, but also it's quality of learning, right? And because it's like when you delve into a little bit of everything, because you're sampling or you're exploring, you don't necessarily need them to dig deeper, but on some level, in some areas, you do need them to go deeper. Otherwise, the authenticity or the higher level learner will not be enough.
So it's not on any specific thing that you're talking to, it's just when a student gets involved in something, make it matter, get your hands dirty, get in there and really learn below the surface and be able to make a difference. Okay, yeah.
Deep engagement. And that's something we look for when we walk into the classroom, right? We look for student engagement. And I have to tell you that every classroom that I have been in, I see engagement. So that's one thing that we do really, really well. And our students are tremendously engaged in learning when you walk into each and every one of our classrooms.
And then I guess the question is, does that go under any specific goal, or does it really focus on graduates will be deeply engaged in whatever they're doing? You know what I mean? Like, is it another characteristic along with critical thinking and so on? Is that kind of defines what a graduate is? Somebody that does get deeply engaged in whatever the activity is.
and I would think a lot of this will end up going on that, right? Yeah. And the bullet. So that's the result, as a result of graduate will. And so deep engagement.
Everything else.
What else is missing? So everything else on your notes is fine?
Well, as long as, I mean, you know, I thought Joseph's words about distinguishing ourselves, you know, just those two words are quite strong by themselves. And I know that's how we started this create a culture of service, but we may want to add the terminology, distinguish ourselves.
I think that's really important going forward, especially in light of the fact that at the secondary, we're defining enrollment. And the one thing that will help us to stabilize and grow enrollment is to distinguish ourselves and make sure that we can be competitive in terms of providing outstanding, excellent education to all students.
So since we, since we already mentioned about distinguishing ourselves, I really like, you know, even the board level or your superintendent cabinet level of the model you have a discussion. Just take the, you know, the Lakanata school district, you know, also compared to Manila Unified School District. See what happened that each school district they have some, you know, the strengths or weakness, because right now this is the tool.
Yes, but I do want to be, I want to be clear about something that has been circulating in the community. And that is when people are saying that La Cañada is the #1 school district, that's according to niche. And Stephen, you want to speak to that a little bit about the criteria that niche uses to distinguish a top school district? And by the way, we're top 1% according to niche, and we should be, and we have really good ratings. But Stephen, do you want to talk about that? Because this has nothing to do with how we were previously measured. Previously, we were measured based on our API scores, and that directly related to our test scores.
That's no longer the case, according to the California Department of Education. They did not want to use those metrics because they want districts to be more equally defined, right? They're looking for equity, which is why we have the LCFF and the LCAP now. And so when we're being measured by niche, that is based on, Dr. Troy?
Niche is just one of the many platforms that we explore. And niche places a high priority on UV. So, and in the past year, we've been working very closely with niche to really understand the formulas and the rankings. And one of the areas that we as the district can improve on is definitely submitting more positive reviews. So, I know internally, one of our goals is to do that, to solicit positive reviews.
You know, I appreciate you share with me about the niche, you know, the comparison, but I really very serious to talk about, I sense about, you know, last 5 years. You know, lot of, you know, my professional, you know, I'm in the care or in the medical field, so I see a lot of young, you know, professional, because just remember there's about half million difference, right? The property. So if the young people they cannot afford it, they just choose to La Canada. That's the reason you know, today I'm keep talking about like stuff on the culture of service. I'm thinking just like these two schools, you know, they're running for either 100 meters or maybe a marathon. That is very close. So I'm kind of, I still say the worry or worry too much, but we really need to. I hope you know, I'm not doing the micro management, so you guys find out. What's all the factor. I said all the factor.
I want to put your minds at ease. We are very highly competitive and we want to make sure that we're out in front. We always have been, and we believe we always will be. And so we're going to look at that. We will look at ways to make sure that that continues to happen. Our parents pay a lot of money for the homes, and we want to deliver the service and the excellence that they expect and deserve. And we will continue to do that.
So
Mike had,
Mike, go ahead.
I was gonna talk about a couple of sub-point ideas for the fiscal health. I think the bond is a big one. I think the parcel tax is a big one, but specifically with the parcel tax, I don't know if it's legally permissible. I don't know if it's feasible, but I read recently the city had a very good idea about taxing empty homes. And I would like to try to explore that if we're going to have a parcel tax, we have a certain parcel tax level for homes that are occupied and a higher parcel tax designated for empty homes, because we are losing potential students from those empty homes. And it may be a justification for whatever the dollar amount is for an occupied home, whether or not they have children is irrelevant, but specifically with not abandoned, but an empty home. Is it capable of having?
I don't think that the law allows for that, but I will look into it and get back to the board to make sure that you understand all of the elements involved in something like that. I think that's why the city is looking at a special tax to be levied on the homeowners whose properties are vacant. That's inventory that could be filled by young families moving into San Marino that's just sitting there. So it'll be interesting. I have a meeting set up, or I'm going to be meeting with Marcella Marlowe, the city manager, to talk about that.
That's a great idea that, you know, or maybe a great idea that they're doing, but the district takes the financial hit of that vacant home, and the city tax, unless I'm wrong, is not paying the district any of the increased tax revenue from that.
It's a deterrent, right, for those people to continue to have their homes sit there vacant. I want to meet with the city manager, sit down and talk with her about the city council's intentions related to that. But I don't know enough about the situation to really comment on it at this point. I think your ideas are interesting and should be explored, and I am committed to doing that. We need to work together, the city and the school district, and partner with them to find solutions to really make sure that we're addressing our current needs, which is to stabilize and possibly grow enrollment, especially at the secondary.
I think if they would just share with us their legal opinion, that led
Yeah.
them to do it.
And that's just, they voted to put it on the ballot, so it's gonna need to go to a vote, is my understanding.
It is.
Yeah.
But I think they wouldn't have gotten that far if
Right.
they didn't have some sort of legal basis for,
Resting on the
yeah.
Oakland case.
yeah.
Right.
And, you know, I think, well, if they're doing just that, we could just read that.
Yeah.
But my guess is they had some outside counsel take a look at it as well. Yeah. And I don't know if they'll share that. They might not, you know, maybe she won't share it, but we could also reach out to certain council
Sure.
members and see if they could
Okay.
give us some.
That may be an avenue that we're going to have to renew parcel taxes,
Mm-hmm.
but it may alleviate the need to consider requesting an increased parcel tax because of current financial situation for occupied homes.
It's an interesting question. I really think it's worth exploring, and I'll look into it and certainly get back to the board.
But at least, I mean, on the fiscal one, which doesn't have any subset, I mean, I think we're talking bond and parcel taxes are the
Yeah.
two natural ones that are there.
Well, bond, parcel tax and interdistrict transfers, right? Those are the three
Yeah.
big ones.
Yeah.
Foundation.
And to whatever extent minimizing, decreasing enrollment, which is interdistrict transfers, but also losing students we've got.
Say that again, what was the third one?
I think we say decreasing
Declining
declining enrollment, addressing declining enrollment or minimizing declining
Maybe just
enrollment.
say, maybe just say enrollment.
Yeah, and then under that is where we're talking interdistrict transfers and
Maintaining city community students.
Right. I don't like putting addressing declining enrollment. I feel like it keeps putting us down in this like sense of framing everything in this really negative way.
So are we comfortable with striking that and starting over?
Well,
Just
I think we
enrollment.
could say addressing enrollment trends, period, right? I mean, if we
Sure.
did that,
Sure, because that also includes then the interdistrict as well.
and if we ever have, you know, increasing enrollment, such up. Probably won't happen while I'm here, but
Can also, the CBO revision, the development tax, yeah. Yeah, see is that reasonable or the update,
The
or-
development.
yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
in what context?
may not help, but at least
Okay,
it's
so
the
we-
time, to revision, yeah.
well, maybe we make it broader, right? All allowable fees for whatever, right? Because I mean, the only time I really remember the developer use fees is that little section kind of across from where Kohl's used to be, that there were like 10 houses or so that are developed like along Huntington
Where there's,
on the left.
The tiny
there has an
little
issue,
enclave.
you tear down the whole house, or you keep the one wall. I think it's a different.
Oh, you mean if you like tear
Yeah.
down all the way,
Yeah.
there's a fee?
I don't know the detail, but I think the resident, they have this kind of, the
Well,
question.
I think that's why you leave one wall standing, isn't it? So you don't trigger that. But anyway, just, I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
good to know
Yeah,
what the
right.
rules are.
Yeah.
Okay, so take out developer and just put fee.
I mean,
Now we're getting into like facilities.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you know what we're talking about,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
so it'd be nice to be able to say, here are all the things where you can pick up some fee income, whatever it is, right?
Right.
Maybe we call it fee income. Maybe
Yeah,
that's
just
what we-
maximize fee income.
Yeah.
And then you guys put together.
That could
developer
be
facility.
utility fees too,
So
right?
just fee and fee income.
Developer fees are easier than, let's say, fees charged to AYSO Chinese school.
That's a lot of negotiation
That's-
involved.
That takes a lot of
I'm
time.
sorry, I don't have the
same penmanship as Glenna, so
You-
I apologize.
Just.
I'm giving her a
I
break.
think we will, so understanding them is one thing, and then choosing to support other, things that make, helpful for our students, I think is another, right?
The next one I want to mention, I think, we don't have too many vehicles to get the revenue, right? So like a bond, they also, if we have a bond renew, then they can, because right now maintenance may offset our revenue. So if we have a bond, then they can help. Yeah. So, and then the parcel tax, every several years need to renew.
Right.
So actually, in this smaller school district, not really can create the revenue. The enrollment just maintain, enough of the revenue. So enough, there's look like no way to create the extra revenue. So end up, I'm thinking I know we are not a university college, so that level, but if our alumni, they are successful and they can touch to the school district, maybe they will write a big check someday.
An endowment.
Yeah, endowment, yeah.
So would that go?
So we need to start to,
I think we should talk about that,
Yeah.
because I would argue if you could run it here,
Yeah.
you'd want to. So you're not subject to the vagaries of whoever's on the foundation now.
Okay, so how would you phrase that?
so I think
Explore endowment or?
the,
I just write endowment. I'm like,
Okay.
yeah. And on the one above it,
Donation/endowment, or
Say that again?
donation/endowment, because I mean, the endowment's gonna come from donations.
I mean, honestly, I think the only endowment that the foundation has was created by the school board and just housed there.
Right.
So,
Okay.
well, instead of maximize fees, just because it gets public fee income, period, like.
Maximize implies that we're going to raise it.
Yeah, raise it. Suddenly it's on the
Yeah,
bottom.
everyone gets a little bit like, are you raising all our fees now? Yeah, they're all gonna start getting a little, and then on bond, can we clarify it's facilities bond? Because people don't hear bond and they think bond taxes and
Yeah.
everything.
Facility/capital, right?
Facility capital slash.
And I mean, well, no, I mean, it's technically a capital bond and it might be beyond, yeah.
Do we put in there, maintenance?
Deferred
Deferred maintenance, thank you.
I think I wouldn't, because that's its own story and we know
Right.
what it's for.
I think that really goes with this.
Because it's two issues.
I think I should separate, because this also the CBO, the future, the job, we need to figure out, just assess all the fiscal plan, see what deadline they need to fix, because before we get the bond to support,
Right.
actually you are eating the revenue,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So then it's very important. I think the maintenance schedule, I think may help and minimize the expense. Yeah.
We need to update
Yeah,
our needs assessment
Yeah.
and our facilities master plan. And so with this being, part of the board, goal for 2023, staff would start to work on it.
So I think we figured out that the first time it could appear on a ballot is 2024. So the implications of that for debt service on our bar gymnasium, pretty significant, and I think it proves your point. But having said that, I mean, even when we did the first bond, we struggled with, because we wanted what we were doing to be, or, the planning for the first time, or the last version that went out. We struggled with what we were doing because we couldn't build a sustainable source of income to maintain the necessary maintenance out of what we already had. It's still a big missing component, right? So you may do the bond to get you back to square one, right? Get you to sort of some neutral point.
Yeah.
But the problem with a capital bond to do that was $140 million, just that part by itself. But your life of the items you're fixing is less than the 30 years that you'd likely need to sell the bond. So you have to have another source of income to fund that maintenance, or you're based someone else is back where we are right now, you know, in
Yeah,
20 years.
luckily we saw the storm, and otherwise we have to spend probably close to $1 million. Right?
Well, that's a much bigger black hole, and,
Expense.
you know, yeah, absolutely, that would have
So,
been
yeah.
far worse. But, you know, the other schools have, they're old too, and, you know, it's just stuff.
So anything else on this one? And we can also look at what you have, which I know you achieved, but.
So what about reserves?
Mhm.
Is that still important to the board or not important to the board? In the event that we were to go out for renewal of Measure R, which is the next one in the queue, and it did not pass, that's $1.6 million. That the district would need to come up with in order to sustain its current staffing.
I would think that the strategies that you're talking about are falling under the parcel tax sub.
The reserves, I mean,
Well,
Okay.
yeah, because the reserves, and they fall under the parcel tax and the bond. I mean, I don't know, it's a strategy that you would propose
Yes.
to us. I mean, you could achieve your goals with that strategy or with a different strategy, right? And if we're telling you, you've got to have certain reserves or whatever, we want to get input from you with more detail on that, I think.
I think so. I think what we need is a series of like position papers, because there are many ways to kind of cover for what we would believe would be a short-term problem, right? So, I mean, we could get another loan. I mean, we'd have to evaluate it. Did it fail because it wasn't sold properly, or, I mean, volunteers are a big deal these days, just getting them. So, did you even have the right people leading the effort? I mean, it's like there's such a million different things, and, you may not be able to field that group of people, right? And if you can't, then you probably need to understand what all of them are.
Sure.
I actually made the same note for the data informed practices. So like we're talking about niche. I mean, we should have a position paper on what our ranking actually is and how it compares to prior rankings, who niches, and whether we like it or not, they produce, they produce a ranking.
Right.
And like, I for one want us to be number one in every single one. I don't care how stupid they are. I still
Yeah.
think we should be number
And
one.
we're working on that.
I know, but I mean, but it's like having, it's part of the communication tool. It's like having those things already figured out.
Yes.
So as soon as they exist, you end up, basically you're informing the community instead of the other way around.
Yes, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. I was just wondering because it was part of, what we did last year as a separate category. And part of that was because we needed to set aside 3 years worth of COP payments in a reserve that was generated from one-time monies that we received.
But you chose to.
Well, the board chose to.
Yeah, the board
right,
chose
based
to.
on our future projections of declining enrollment, not having that being in our budget previously, because we had a wonderful benevolent donor who was making those payments for us. And now it will become the district's responsibility to do that. And again, the original plan was to pass a bond. And so when Measure S did not pass, our plan sort of was put in the parking lot, and we had to come up with something different, which was, figuring out how we're going to make that COP payment ourselves. And so there were many reasons why we wanted to set aside monies, but you're right, that's part of a strategy. We can do a position paper, not a problem. I just wanted to know whether the board wanted us to memorialize that in writing under.
So the 3 years of payments, so that were set aside, get us through 2024. Okay. So if we were to be able to pass the bond in 2024, then we don't have any incremental need to encroach on our just basic revenue. So, I mean, and so that I think is kind of, that's sort of the understanding I think needs to be crystal clear for everyone, because if it doesn't happen, then there's some huge impact on 2025.
Yes, and one thing that the community came back with after Measure E failed the first time was, why doesn't the district have a plan? Why do we have to, figure out how to raise this money to restore teaching positions before the end of the year? Because we have that March 15 deadline that is imposed statutorily. And we have no control over that March 15 deadline. So we had to notice like 44 teachers that year. And that is, that is devastating for a district our size. And so we were really up against it in terms of the next opportunity to put that on the ballot was June 29th. So when it failed, we noticed teachers on before March 15th. And then there were all of these pop-up fundraisers and the schools foundation was scrambling. And, I just kept hearing from people, why doesn't the district have a plan for emergencies like this? We're only required by the state of California to have a 3% reserve. That 3% reserve it could be spent on payroll in like a month. It's nothing. And we're actually 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, even less. Okay.
A payroll cycle.
Right. So it's not substantial enough to be able to carry us over if something like that happens again. And so, we wanted to be able to say to the public, we are working on a plan to provide a buffer. It's not an end all be all because it's not ongoing revenue. It's not ongoing money, but it might bridge the gap if something like this happens between a March election and the end of the year, so that we didn't have to lay teachers off until the next year.
Well, I think that's part of the position paper, right? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't want to break in service. We don't want to send out pink slips in March when, clearly we don't expect to have them. But we have to look at it in the context of all of the decisions.
Yep.
So, part of that's often based on a declining enrollment number, as I recall.
Yes.
Citizens,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that number was always understated because we wouldn't acknowledge inter-district transfers until August.
That's correct.
So I know there's been some changes there, but it's like those are all part of your position. And my guess is you do actually want to have some level of reserve. If you can have the reserve without taking away from the student experience.
Yes.
Right. So I mean, it's sort of defining it in a way
Right.
that you can say that.
And that's what we did last year. We were able to do that without taking away from the student experience. And that's because we got a lot of one-time monies. And during the pandemic, when we were shut down, we paid less on utility bills. We didn't have substitute teachers coming into the classroom because we had virtual instruction. So there were opportunities for the district, unprecedented opportunities for us to save money that we would not be able to save under normal circumstances. And we are declining in enrollment, so we have to keep that in mind. And one thing that we need to make sure of is that we have a staffing plan that is commensurate with our enrollment year over year. And we're looking at that very, very closely. There's lots of things to be considered. If we don't have a solid financial health and sustainability plan, can't do anything else. I think Mr. Clackey said that at the beginning of the meeting. That comes before anything else. And districts like San Marino are not favored by the state of California in terms of, supplemental and concentration grant monies, which we just do not get. We get a little bit of supplemental, but no concentration grant monies, and every other district around does. So we have to overcome that. And the way that we do that is through the schools foundation and generous donations. And we're so grateful to our PTAs as well. But that is how we're able to provide a premier experience for all of our students. Without that, we would be bare bones, academics only.
Which I think comes out here, but we should add SMSF and PTAs at the bottom, just so we recognize that.
Yeah, this is the one I just want to speak out for SMSF. Just look at the last 5 years, well, we cannot blame someone, but I think that they should have a mutual understanding how to get the right the school foundation, the trustee, because as this is not a secret, you know, everyone know this there's a three trustee, you know, they for more not to give the money to the school district. So this is kind of ridiculous. So I think that they should have some. I think either liaison or just talk about they need to emphasize, you know, how to build up the vision, you know, the leader at the school foundation trustee to help the school to raise the money.
If we were talking about a fourth goal, I'm looking at, we've got the financial health. We've got the culture of service and the high quality global citizen. So the culture of service kind of speaks to the institution. The global citizens speak to the students. But we don't really have anything meaningful here about addressing our teachers and our staff. And I think that we should have a goal that focuses on maximizing morale for our part of our team that implements the culture of success and produces the high quality global citizens on a daily basis. I think that there should be some goal that we're focusing on that addresses how we can make our teachers and staff have that sense of pride and confidence.
And that's very important. It's actually critical, going back to what Jeannie said this morning, which is, you know, people matter, right? Peter Drucker, it's true. And so I was thinking, could that be folded into creating a culture? I mean, it's a culture issue, right? Boosting morale. Are we wedded to service, or could we say creating a culture of success and then put that there?
Well, I thought when we put people focused, that's what I mean, that's among the things that I sort of in my head put there. I mean, it may not be, you know, detailed enough, but.
Could we, yeah, I agree that we need to address the social emotional well-being of our staff. It starts with them, right? And if you have happy, healthy, productive teachers, that is going to translate to thriving classroom environments for our students. And so we do need to invest in that.
The building connections, we have it there as well. I don't know. I mean, maybe we pull those two out and just make, I mean, we could use a fourth one if we wanted to.
I really don't think you need a fourth one, because to me, boosting morale falls under culture. Now, I do think if you not do service and create a collaborative culture or culture of success, positive, however you want to call it, then all of this is going to fall under. This is really important, right? Yeah. Because the teachers and your staff are the ones who are serving your students. If they're at their best in all the dimensions of wellness, they're going to give their best, right? You can't give your best when you're really feeling low. So this really critical, but it does fall under culture as far as
well, it falls under culture.
Culture, but
the culture of service.
Right.
But I mean, culture of service is critical. It's somebody coming in and, you know, asking a question, and when the easy answer is no, it's figuring out how that answer can be yes. Right. It's a change in thinking, which is monumental for folks that don't have it. So I think if we want people to feel like they're getting Nordstrom level experience with us, we must have culture of service. If we want to split out something for teachers and staff, or, you know, whatever else you want to talk about, fun, we can have some other kind of culture too. You can have more than one culture. But I really love that culture of service. Love it. I think it's truly next level for us.
I like it too, because the culture, the service that's being provided is to our community, our parents, and our students. But when I'm sort of speaking to a different culture of appreciation, or a culture of value for our teachers and staff, whatever it is that we name it, and define it as, but something that speaks directly to making every employee in our district and every future employee in our district want to be part of our district, and to know that we're doing everything we can to keep them in our district. Because when we had a very large number of risk notices go out, the morale was tremendous, not just on the teachers who were risk, but on the teachers who remained, because they had lost their colleagues, their workers, their coworkers, their friends. So having a culture of whatever, how we want to define it, I really think there's something that we want to let our team know. We appreciate you.
I totally agree with Mike, that we need to boost in the morale on the teacher and the staff. But I want to challenge the district administration is that we are not doing enough. But sometimes the morale temporarily low because the union negotiation. So then they're not satisfied about the increased percentage.
Yeah.
But I think that during the last 2 years in the COVID-19, I think that the teacher and the staff should understand we put their safety as a priority. I think I don't think that the other school district can get a first shot during the April of 2021, right? So I if morale have a still low, I really like to challenge you. What's the reason from the HR? Because I don't think that we let's serve for the teacher and the staff, because this the San Marino Unified School District is the most safe community. When they work here, they already have a certain degree for the security issue already covered. So and also routinely you also appreciate you have like the year of a teacher, the staff.
Sure.
So if not enough, let's find out what's the reason. Because instead of in the public section, people, just a few people just talk about we don't appreciate. I think after 21 years, I appreciate teacher and staff, but I don't know why they still have a complaint, because just the increase, right?
There could be a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Right? There are a lot of reasons, and it has nothing to do with necessarily with what you're providing, the level of safety, security, none of that. The challenge is people come to you, including your staff members, with many challenges from home, right? So they have a lot on their mind, especially now with as a result of the pandemic. So, but that's something we do need to focus on. But you also need to find out, is it low? How we it does need to be data informed, right? The perception might be that it's low. You go to your teachers, you go to your staff members, and you find out that maybe it's not true. So you don't want to respond to something that's not necessarily there. So I would say for all of your goals, you do need some data to start with. Where are we, and where do we want to go, and how do we get there? Right?
The teacher and the staff, just like the parent and the student, we definitely we need to pay attention. We have to listen, and then they have issue we need to resolve, and then we with the very proactive, the service attitude, listen and do it. Yeah. So I think that will. But besides that, in terms of physical health, sometimes you can satisfy them. That's another story. Yeah,
Well, it ebbs and flows, and I just want to say this really quickly because it's really important for everybody to understand this, and I have experienced it personally as a professional for many years. And I am very well connected to my HR colleagues and superintendent colleagues in up and down the state, and they will tell you that anytime you have to engage in a reduction in force, you're right, morale goes down. It does. I mean, that's predicted, but it's what the organization does to try and bring that back. But we, as a small school district and as a school district that really struggles financially every other year or so, and we have to rely on the schools foundation and 2 parcel taxes to really provide the level of education that we want to provide. We have more layoffs in San Marino cyclically than our neighbors who have the supplemental concentration grant monies. And prior to that, back to Jeannie's day, when we had categorical funding, and there was an abundance in other districts of categorical funding, which we really didn't get a lot of in San Marino. So we have to be mindful of the fact that we're going to experience dips in morale, I think more than our neighboring districts, because we're going to have to lay teachers off more frequently, only because of our financial reality. However, I'm going to work really hard with my team to make sure, I'm looking at Dr. Rose, to make sure that we have a staffing plan that is commensurate with our enrollment. If our enrollment continues to decline, right, we may have to lay off a few teachers. But we're going to work really hard to be proactive instead of being reactive. And that's what we're trying to do as a team and as a staff. But just understand that we take responsibility for making sure that our employees feel valued. I can't force someone to feel valued, but I can thank them and I can make them feel, tell them that I appreciate them. Our principals do that all day long. We're going to make sure that we're creating that culture of service, and that starts with us. And we really do need to invest in morale, but sometimes you're going to have some people in the organization that no matter what you do, they just see their glasses being half empty. We will work hard to remedy that because we know that it pays dividends and if there's a return on our investment. But just understand that we're going to be faced with that challenge probably more frequently than other districts for the reasons I just stated. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry. No, go ahead.
So I do think we need to pull it out for a lot of reasons. I mean, one, morale is an outcome. It's not a goal, right? So I don't even think we should use the term morale because it honestly is not something we can control in many, many ways. I think what we should do is to create a category around something like valuing and appreciating our employees, district staff, I mean, just general, all district staff. And I think we focus on it that way. I think we distinguish between right sizing, which is inevitably going to happen. I mean, if we do in fact decline and can't fix it, we cannot carry staff that we don't have, right? This is corporate 101. There's no other way to do that. People that see the world as half empty probably shouldn't have been selected in our district to begin with. I think we go back and we look at our hiring practice. You do not fit the model we want here. People like that shouldn't be here. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not who I want teaching my kid, just off the top. Right. So, I mean, I think it's all of those things. I mean, we need to have the right mix of people and we need to be telling them what it takes to be successful here. And we need to be firm about that. As it gets to the March annual pink slip notice thing though, shame on us for not figuring that out. I mean, at the end of the day, if there's ever a position paper that needs to be written, it's one that says, here's how much money you need to have to avoid having the annual March pink notice thing. That shouldn't happen. And that should be a motivating factor for us. And it should be why we do whatever we decide to do over here. Because there's literally nothing worse for an employer than to send someone a notice saying you may not have a job. When you know full well, you're likely going to fix that. And I mean, it's 21 years at least we've been doing that. I mean, it happened way before us, which is just shame on us, really. That needs to get fixed.
I think, again, utilizing the tools and the strategies of data informed practice. So for example, if trying to find out what it is the concerns are of our staff. And if we find out that the average teacher compensation is in the bottom third of LA County or the bottom 10% of California or whatever it is, then maybe that's something that we need to look at. I understand the fiscal health impact. That fiscal health issue impacts every single goal and sub goal that's on the wall. It affects our ability to do robust counseling. It provides, it affects everything. And so, yes, it is a reality, but we haven't actually said, well, we can't do this because we're not going to have the money. Everything that we've talked about today has been, okay, let's go try to find a way to do it. And so when it comes to valuing the employees, I believe it's necessary we have that same can do, will do attitude. It hasn't been negotiable so much as far as any of these other goals, and it shouldn't necessarily be negotiable when we're talking about our employees. So understanding what it is the concerns are. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's something else. Sometimes it's culture of appreciation, and not just on the surface of thank you, we think you're doing a good job, but actually going into the engagement that we're looking at from our students, and actual engagement of we deeply actually want to know what you value and how we can achieve that. So I think maybe culture of value and appreciation of employees.
Okay.
Before we write that, only because I wanted to pull up a little bit from that.
Yeah.
Because something we talked about earlier was partnerships, educational partnerships. And for me, okay, number one, before I forget, we're inconsistent in our use of verbs. We need to fix that. Because we've got like gerunds and we've got like, the active and passive. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, so build, if we're going to go with active verbs, build strong educational partnerships. And part of that is with our teachers and the relationships we have with our teachers. Part of it is with the outside partnership organizations that provide educational services like PCC or USC. We've got that Caltech and Huntington and all of those, because that's such a huge part of how we can distinguish ourselves, having these really strong partnerships. And then with our community, whether it be the foundation or PFA, I know they just gave us that donation, PTAs, and part of that is the morale aspects of that, because when people feel that they are part of the partnership, they're going to feel the ownership. They're going to feel invested. They're going to feel more willing to really commit and get involved and pour in the resources. And I don't want to water down what you're getting at, because I think that the teachers is going to be probably the biggest part of what those partnerships are, because they want to feel that they are our partners.
The partnerships that you're talking about are parts of the service in the culture of service. That's one of the services we provide, is to embrace and promote and help implement things like PFA and PTA and these other services that are provided and embraced and furthered by the district. What I'm talking about is different. I'm talking about valuing our employees. We're valuing what we produce when it comes to a graduate. We're valuing what we produce when it comes to our employees.
So valuing our
It's
staff,
different because
our
we're
staff.
not looking to our employees to provide a strong educational partnership. We're looking to have employees that feel valued as an employee, not as an educational partner. It's different, or it's not a partnership. They're part of us. So we're not having a partnership within ourselves.
I think they themselves have said they want to be treated like partners at the table. So
I think there's a lot of value in just having a goal that's very clearly for staff. I mean, it's sort of like, if our output is student, which is the far right one over there, and the red one is the staff that delivers those great outcomes. If I'm a teacher, it says a lot more to me that I'm referenced in the topic of the goal than if I'm considered among things like PCC or whatever. So I personally think that it needs to be solely focused on our staff, like SMUSD staff. And I love that. I just would like to put it either to the right or the left.
So putting the build strong partnership somewhere else.
Either to the right or left,
Right.
wherever. I'm
Maybe
perfectly good with
under-
where Mike suggested.
I think it's part of the services that the district
I'm
provides.
perfectly good
that
there.
partnership.
I mean, I'm totally good there. I think it's, I think there literally is just, it's a huge statement to make that you have one of 4 goals focused on your staff. And
So what exactly is the focus that we're?
well,
putting
that's what
on?
we need to define.
Well, then we,
Right.
then we define. it,
Because
whenever-
because I don't think just having good, high, strong morale is necessarily. the
No,
goal,
that's one
right?
thing, but when it comes to the value of what we're able to do, EFA is extremely important organization, but they are not our teachers. They are not in the classroom every day teaching our children. They're not the rubber that hits the road when it comes to our district educating students. And so they hold a higher place, a bigger seat at the table, I believe. We have a director of human resources. We don't have a director of EFA and other institutions like PTA and so on, because director of human resources is an extremely important department. And that we need to embrace those.
Okay, so Jason, I'm gonna put you on the spot right now.
Create, or do you want to demonstrate?
Yeah, I'm gonna put our HR guy on the spot here. So what is that priority look like at that upper level in terms of the goals of that department? What are the goals of your department?
What are the goals of my department is to make sure all of these things happen. That's the goal of my department, is to make sure every single one of these things can happen with the people. So we have to make sure that they're happy. We have to make sure that they're connected. We have to make sure that they are, qualified, happy, morale, but they're gonna want to be compensated. I live with a 5th grade teacher. So as I sit here and listen about morale and all that stuff, I've firsthand watched it for the last 2 years. And to some extent, it has nothing to do with, it's just, well, I'm gonna go off on a tangent, but I have lots of thoughts about lots of things, so I can share them all. But I think sometimes we make the mistake, I think education as an institution makes a mistake of trying to go back to 2018. Because it is no longer 2018. Our students are different entities, and our staff and our teachers are different entities. And I think sometimes we make the mistake of trying to go back and we're gonna go back to how it was before. It's not that they're burdened. The teachers, the staff they're a different entity now. And so what they need to be made whole is different. So when you say they're not happy, it has nothing to do with what the district has done. It has to do with the last 2 years of their lives have been very traumatic to them. And so at the end of the day, when you guys put this as a goal and they come back and say, hey, it's one of your goals, they're going to say, you know how you show me you value me, you pay me. That's what they're going to say. And that's what they're going to want.
Well,
And I worry that we put that out there because I think it'll be used against us.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, yes, of course, everyone wants
Everyone wants
to
to
be
get paid,
paid, right? But that has a temporary, lasting effect, and then it goes away and it's.
For the next
you know,
For the next
Yeah,
one,
right?
yes.
And so I understand that. We need to find ways, I think, that are sustainable to recognize and value and appreciate and elevate our teachers. And part of that is finding out what motivates them, and they're not all the same. They're all different, right? Where are you on Maslow's hierarchy of needs? And how can we as an employer help you to realize self-actualization, which is at the top of that pyramid. And so we, the challenge for us is that we are so small, we are so short-staffed, we don't have layers of people, to push out and to do that important work. So it is very hard because we're dealing with compliance and deadlines and, immediate needs of students and special education and all of these things. And teachers in the classroom are dealing with 1,000 different things at once too. And so we need to find ways, I think, as an institution to be able to recognize. And I will say that we are going to bring the board data on where we are with our teacher salaries. And I think that will be very important for all of you to see. And so Dr. Lynn has been looking at Forecast 5 and doing a lot of research. And so we're going to bring that to you when we start to talk about collective bargaining. Very soon, we're going to see that data and we'll talk about it so that the board is positioned to make well-informed, educated decisions on what our bargaining authority will be. All of that is part of the bigger piece of the puzzle. People get into education because they want to make a difference. And you're right, Dr. West, the last 2 years have been so exhausting for everyone. We've had to do all kinds of things that really don't have to do with making a significant difference. And so people are burned out, they're tired. Everything I've been reading from EdSource and, all these education journals has really just talked about how tired everyone is. And I think last year was more of a quasi-normal year, if you will say that. And so people are starting to settle into what our new norm is. And hopefully it stays that way for this year, so we can make some significant progress in making people feel appreciated and valued.
I think your input is very valuable and it's very wise to recognize that the teachers of 2022 are not the teachers of 2018. And that is even more of a stronger argument as to why we need to have a goal to define who are our employees, what do they need, what do they want, and what needs to happen from the district to those traumatized, exhausted employees, to give them the professional development, the recognition, the whatever, the list of things that we're going to say, so that we can work with them to achieve all these other goals, because that's exactly what you're saying. So it's even more of a reason to put this in now than maybe 2 years ago, because we didn't even know what was happening. Now we do see the results of that. So I think the building strong educational partnerships should be part of the culture of success. Oh, okay. So that first part is not, but then the second part, the demonstrated culture of appreciation, value and appreciation, whatever that word is, because appreciation is, it's not just thank yous. It's giving them professional development tools. It's giving them, like, because when we're going to come to them and say, okay, everybody, this is what we want from you, they're going to say, well, what are you giving me to be able to do this? And professional development is part of it, and other things are part of it as well. So, but yeah, I mean, the recognition, that's important as well, not to minimize it, but then what else do we include there?
Professional development opportunities will come under here.
I think,
So that's another way, right?
I mean, I think we have to define what is necessary to demonstrate that whatever the culture is, right? So it's sort of figuring out what those things are and providing them. But I think we have to demonstrate a culture of appreciation to district staff. SMUSD, we have to, I mean, we don't get the benefit if we don't make that point clear.
To employees, SMUSD employees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't get confused. I
Yeah,
think you're
not
talking
district staff,
about,
yeah.
to SMUSD employees.
yeah.
So let's look at our 4 goals then.
Yes, well, there was one thing I mentioned earlier, and it doesn't live here. I know
Okay.
it doesn't, because it's antithetical to that overall statement, but I think ownership and creating ownership and accountability. I don't see this anywhere.
Is that part of the culture?
I think it could be part of culture. It could be part of data informed,
Well, I
part
think
of
it
a
will
culture
show up
yes,
as
part of a cultural
under
service.
I mean, we could
So
add it as-
accountability.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the key, right? It's like
Right.
if someone comes to you, you own the responsibility to resolve whatever, right?
Ownership and accountability.
shared leadership, isn't that,
It's not
or
even
is that
shared-
different?
Yeah, it's a little bit different, because I think this also goes even across to the students too, though, because the students have to own their roles and what their responsibilities are. everybody has to figure out what their role is. And then, you know, it's Daryl's thing. He says, be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to do.
So maybe it's a cornerstone.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where.
I think we could put it there for now. I mean, and it's also a really great outcome for students. If, you know, wherever they are, whatever they're doing, they feel like they own the outcome. It's not a bad
Ownership and accountability, I guess.
Are we putting it under cornerstones?
I think so.
No, because it's a tool strategy, it's a, whatever it is to help achieve. what
Broadly
these goals are.
applicable for anything in life.
Yeah, but then that become part of your culture too,
Right.
right?
Right.
Everyone feels accountable.
The other thing under fiscal health I wanted to go back to was, and I don't know if this is the right place for it, but they're more values statements around, I think we talked about having a multi-year perspective, that we're not just looking at the year in front of us, but that we maintain a multi-year perspective, whether that's long-term perspective or just multi-year perspective, but maintaining the fact that we can't just think about the year in front of us. And then the other part of it being more of, and again, another more of a value statement is being really clear where our priorities are. If we are going to need to make cuts, if we are going to reallocate our resources, and this isn't even just about allocating financial resources, it's even the resources of time and energy. If we want to work on a new project, we have to take time away from something someone's already working on. So being really clear, maybe it's a cornerstone, I don't know, because it kind of goes across everything. It's this idea of being really clear about what our priorities are and allocating our resources appropriately. I'm very concerned that we're so lean and everybody's taken on so many jobs. And then we need to figure out if now we're really excited to do more, but we have to figure out if we're going to do more, we're going to have to pull something out.
Right.
So that.
Can you explain the multi-year perspective?
Yeah, that one is just this idea that we're not looking only at the year immediately 22, 23, but we're looking at 2-3 years. And it overarches all of that because it's the bond, it's the personal
Right.
tax,
I think
it's long term.
today everyone here they understand this, but then because every 2 years we need to change the Board of Education. So how can carry about the mission, the multi-year perspective? Because some they may not have that kind of sense. Yeah. So now I think for all the organization, I think the educational process is very important. Yeah. How we can let everyone or the people in the future they understand. Because I think that we set up the goal, I think the 2001, we also set up the goal. Some we continue, and some that disappear, and some because the technology no longer exists. Yeah. So
That's your strategic plan, Joseph.
so it's a very important multi-year. For example, to me, the reason why last time I strongly suggested the bond, because I thought the old bond is going to finish. So end up for each individual home economic burden is doable. But newcomer they come, they say I don't want to pay this tax because in my life experience I never pay the bond. So end up we cannot pass. Yeah, and also because of maybe the bond is bigger. Yeah, so I mean it's very important. We in this community always need to have a group of people. Even that we call the people that carry the tradition or the old folks, the people educate how and why there's some unified school district you have to continue, right? Otherwise, some may say, oh, they do a shortcut. Right now, you need the money. Okay, close the cover, right? And get a lot of money and then just do the need. So it's not practical. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you have a great point. Your job is not just to do the work that needs to happen now, this year, but it's to have that multi-year lens. So then the group who comes after you, they can carry on the work that was done. They will also review the strategic plan. They would go and and take a look at the annual goals. So that would be their job, but you need to have that document, your strategic plan.
Right.
That shows what needs to happen, right? Not just this year, the 2-year, 3-year, 5-year plan. So then those who join your board already understand the direction. Now they will also do what you're doing here today, right? So they will go through the process and they'll have their reflections and their thoughts and all that shared. But that's where that document comes in. And this has to do with that, right? Your multi-year perspective.
So it's interesting though, because, you know, kind of talking about it, that may also go under the cornerstone. I mean, I too thought of it in financial originally because I'm looking at the bond and you know, that's a 30-year commitment, you know, to begin with, and you need to figure out what's in it. And there's a lot of issues. I would argue that I don't think that it was people didn't want to pay it. I think the biggest issue is you had a board member who was speaking against it. And the lack of a united front by the board opened the door for people to criticize what was in it. And that's a huge issue, I believe. But having said that, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, everything we do has to be beyond a year because you can't do things in 1-year increments, right? So if we, you know, change the minimal, I would propose that we take that multi-year perspective or, you know, view to the future or something, and we add it as a cornerstone for success. So we're looking at, you know, where technology is going. We're looking at where academics are going. We're looking at how colleges are accepting applicants. I mean, it's like kind of everything we do. It's pervasive too, right? The future matters. And if we wait until the next, you know, to the year it happens, we're going to be behind the 8 ball.
And I think you're right, because when we're talking about, well, take the bond, for example, how are we going to do the bond? Well, we need to implement a multi-year strategy for the bond. What about parcel tax? Same thing.
Same
Each
thing.
of these are with that lens. One thing I was going to suggest and request is that on the demonstrating a culture of appreciation, it's not just appreciation, it's a culture of value of our employees. We want to value them and we want them to feel valued, not just appreciate it, not thank you, great job, but you provide value to our institution. I think value is very important. So I'd ask that be added on.
Culture of being valued.
Culture of value, you can put value and
Value and
appreciation, but it's just the word of value, I think is very.
And that's really important. All the literature, if you read literature on leadership and how to lead successful organizations, people make up your organization, right? People become your organization. They're the culture. When you show appreciation in many different ways, right? Because people don't stay at jobs because of money. That's, you know, that has been proven. They stay because that's important, right? But if the culture is not good and healthy, they leave. So they come in, hopefully the benefits and the salaries where it needs to be, but it's other aspects of the job that's going to keep people in their jobs. It's being valued. It's having those monthly, weekly bulletins, having appreciation ceremonies, more than just saying, I value you. It's showing it in action, right? And making it public.
I think that's we say the ownership, because it's not the superintendent just have ownership. I think the teacher and the staff, they also have ownership in
Everyone
the
within
school
the district.
district.
Yeah.
If they think that way, they understand, you know, in the real world, you know, when crisis come out, you need to have some solution. So that solution may not be, you know, the perfect, but it's the one, you know, help the organization to survive. So that I mean, it's very, very important. So in I say you know, we are in the same boat, you know, right? Superintendent and cabinet, teachers, staff, parent, student.
It takes the village.
Because
and you're the village, right?
Because I sense that when they say you know, city hall trying to take over the cover, suddenly all the cover parent they get crazy because the ownership people want to take over, right?
So let's take a look, everyone. You have it's 2:45. I want to explore that we can honor your time as well, your schedule. These are the 4 goals that let's take a look.
Okay, and then we go to four. So there are only four goals. One has to do with cultural service, which I think is so timely. And it's so important to create, nurture, and maintain that culture. Your fiscal health and sustainability, that's so critical. Cultural value and appreciation has always been important, but more so now because of everything that's going on in the world. And also your high quality global citizen. Now let's make sure that, so you have create, you have demonstrate. So producing would then become produce. And then your fiscal health. What did you have for, you had developed a plan for long-term.
Establish a plan for
Establish a plan.
fiscal health and stability.
To establish.
Establish, build, something like
Yeah.
that.
Well, we actually have a plan that's already been established. It's just a continuation, but could be very maintained.
Well, we may have a plan, but we don't have financial stability.
We never.
Not with that attitude.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
Have to develop there. So
We could develop fiscal health and sustainability.
Or reestablish if you want to. I
Sustain.
mean, I think it is important to say it's been a
Sustain,
chronic
fiscal.
goal, but
Like sustain, but
Huh?
Sustain better.
you don't like sustain, right?
I want sustainable.
Okay, so you want to say sustain?
Sustain and sustainability.
Right,
That's
yeah.
too much
That's
sustain.
right.
I mean, the things we're talking about, we don't have a plan for future bond. We don't.
That's true,
we
develop.
don't- So I
So
think
develop.
developing that plan.
Develop, thank you. That's right.
So
Develop.
I think it's
Develop a
develop
plan.
and implement.
Yes,
Right, you wanna
I
do
like
both.
that. Develop and implement.
Develop and implement. Okay, it's gonna be small.
It's okay.
Okay, or you know what? Hold on. Well, right there, same page.
And we're gonna clean all of this up when we take it back to
Yeah.
the district office. We'll make sure there's alignment in the action words, Jane. It's
And I
important.
wasn't an English major either.
And we'll share it with the board.
Implement.
Yes.
We're looking at the fiscal health and sustainability. In looking forward, because we recognize what's happened the last 2.5 years with COVID, we still need to address and look at the whole maintenance and facility, because we have the one-time money and we were able to get better air conditioning and we were able to pay for things. We also need to look at other revenue sources. I get that we always fall back on parcel taxes and bond, which puts the onus and the burden on our taxpayers and our community. But, you know, I'm looking at some of the other school districts where they're looking at the solar energy and the nice lighting, the different lighting and how that's cost saving. And one of the schools that I was reading about in putting up the solar panels, they were able to get a new roof on, you know, whatever they're building. And so I'm not saying that's the answer. And, you know, we have learned from past experiences how we need to kind of look at it strategically. But one of the things that's missing in that fiscal health is the partnership and support from the city. I'm not seeing that any of us have said, what's the city doing after they've collected all of the vacancy tax? Okay, I didn't hear them say we're getting 40%. And I'm not hearing that it's, well, some people are saying it only targets one group of people that are, you know, leaving the homes vacant. But there was an issue with travel and people not getting money out, kids out, families out to various areas because of COVID. So we need to address that and make sense of it, because we have the kids, the people in the family that own those houses. I'm not sure we can just go out and say, that's what it is, because this, okay. okay, I'm sure they're watching this from the city. I see. What I'm saying is, we need to look at it from our perspective, our lens, and not just fall to, oh, they're saying, let's tax these empty homes. We don't get a piece of it. Why are we even weighing in? I get it. We want kids, right? I get that. But we need to be careful on that. I haven't heard the data. I haven't heard anything that talks about that. So I'm not just blindly going to say, yeah, that's a great idea. That's what we need to do. Because just because you tax them doesn't mean that they're bringing the kids. It doesn't mean they're selling their homes so that it's cheaper for other families to bring in kids to us. So we need to kind of be careful with that. And then as we're always looking at foundation, PTA, and all those revenue sources, what are the other, I don't want one-time money, but what are the other things that we could be doing in terms of looking at the fiscal health and sustainability? And then the last thing I want to add also is in terms of demonstrated culture of appreciation, when we're talking about value and appreciation, we've looked at MTSS, multi-tier systems of support, PBIS, positive behavior intervention and support, and we're looking at all those factors that demonstrate appreciation for students, their culture, their families, and staff. And so how do we make that a celebration of who we are? Because I think that's really critical and that's really important. Because Jason, I agree with you. Oftentimes the end product is that financial reward at the end. But we in San Marino do a really good job in terms of having professional development, having growth mindset, building in those areas where we can grow capacity. We have opportunities for our staff, our administration, our teachers, our mid-tier managers. And so those are those things that people don't see because they're not the dollars and cents, but you've got a good healthcare system. You've got opportunities for grow much further than in a huge school district. And there's always that small community learning center, that small learning community, that small learning community. I said that, but I didn't think I said it. Okay, so when we're doing that and we're looking at our school district, it's really unique and really nice that it is small. I know people get scared when we're like, I'm in enrollment, but what can we do now that we're in this particular place? Because no matter whether it was 10 years ago when Jeannie and Joseph were here and they were looking at different problems, we've got some in front of us, but I don't see them as problems. I see them as opportunities for change and for growth. And then we as a team, how do we come together to, let me use Jeff's term, lean in? How do we move forward together? Because it's easy to say, this might be the solution, that might be the solution. We need 3 goals, 4 goals, 2 goals, and which category does it fall? We just really need to give you guys direction. You guys are the experts in the room. Okay, so
Here he is.
Okay, because I was always looking for him.
He's not the expert.
He is the expert. He is absolutely my expert. But he's my money guy. He's that guy. And Steve's my technology. They both know. Yeah, they're hiding behind me, so Shell can't see me. So she can't say anything.
That didn't work out so well.
Eyes behind my head. So we need to see this as a potential, a growth potential. So, how wonderful we are together, how much of a builder we need to be to construct this vision or this construct so that we can continue to grow in the school district, right?
All right, did that empower you guys a little bit?
I feel so inspired.
Thank you. So utilizing resources, which
Yes.
is what you mentioned.
Yes.
It's really important, right?
These are the people in the room.
There are
that's
other
what makes
resources
sense.
that we may not be thinking of, partnerships, and that's how you bring solar in and artificial turf if you need it. Those can all be done if you're utilizing.
I want to bring the city in, like, where is their, contribution and, yes, Gretchen, I did say that out loud. Kidding. They're not watching this, right?
Not today.
Okay.
On the demonstrating the culture of value and appreciation to the employees, we have recognition. We have, honoring achievements, which is recognition. We have professional development. But as Dr. Rose pointed out, there are other things that need to be considered on those sub-goals. Compensation. I mean, when it comes down to it, show me the money, right? Now, I'm not saying that we have lots of money, but it is one of the factors that I think goes into a culture of value is compensation to the extent that we can provide a competitive compensation package. That's one. I mean, I think that there's a few others other than just you're doing a great job and we're going to provide training. There's other things that I think need to also sort of buttress that as well.
I think it's a reasonable goal to say, to add to our list, competitive compensation.
Yeah.
Can I clarify? I didn't want, like, that's the only way to do it. That's not what I'm saying or what I think. I think we're dealing with a different entity. And so it may be something, I think the way you demonstrate, going back to what you say, it's not about money, but it's about how you show them that you empathize, that you're aware of what they're going through, aware of what their struggles are. It may be something as far as now in the year 2022, it's creating a personal wellness space for staff that is kind of Zen-like or something where they can go. So it's not necessarily compensation, but it's a way of showing. I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's a different entity, and the way to make them whole is going to require some new thinking or some out of the box thinking that we did not traditionally do 5 years ago.
And I didn't mean to say.
Oh, no, I just wanna make sure.
You were saying it's just this one.
I want to
But
make my boss understand. that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
And
I think it's
compensation is
important.
beyond money, right?
Right, beyond money.
Compensation is, it's like all things, right?
Exactly.
And if we need to, maybe use a different word in case people tend to go to money when you say compensation. But it's it's a competitive compensation plan.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things. One of the things.
Considering the needs of our employees.
Being aware, yes, being aware of what they're
Yeah.
doing. I think that's how they will, that's how they will feel appreciated. Is so that we know what they're doing. I think for a lot of the world, I should say, I mean, I'm just making this up. I don't even know how to do this. But I think for a lot of folks, their jobs somewhat became easier by being able to stay home and work from home, where in the education field, the jobs became harder. And I think that's where you get the disparity and the exhaustion, where everyone else says, "Ooh, I get to stay home and work," and for a teacher or whatever it was, all of a sudden now I have to learn how to teach online. So that's where I think.
I think a part of it is the identifying the need, identify, which is over there with the data, essentially. Gathering the data of what the needs are of the employees. I think, a working to achieve competitive compensation package. Compensation is, you're right, it's more than money.
It's the Zen room.
It's more than a paycheck. It's the Zen room. It's whatever. I'm not saying we change bell schedules, randomly, but the idea is there's certain things that can be done to help achieve a sense of compensation for what they are providing to the district, which shows that value. It can include paycheck. It can include health insurance and blah, 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 all those other things. I'm just saying it's one of the things that I think we should put on there. And then if there's others, we list them as well to sort of help give guidance.
So I think if you're gonna go there, we need to do comps, right? We need to know where we're at, because if we're already at the median salaries and benefits, then, is that something that the board really wants to pursue at this time, or if we're at the higher end? And I think that there's different cells within our schedules that are more competitive than others. And so I think we need to look at the data, right? Make
And that's the
data informed decisions, right? And so we need to, as a goal, I think, review employee total compensation as compared to other similarly situated districts, because that's what we do in public education.
Probably a better way to word it is like if you also don't want to promise.
Right, because once you put that on the
Data.
page, yeah, right, you need data.
Well, right, but for example, if we're saying, okay, we need to look at data to provide a competitive compensation package. You may be saying, we're already doing that. Well, great, then you achieve the goal, just like we need to achieve academics as part of 4A. Well, we're providing academics too, and we've been doing that for a long time, so we're achieving that goal already as well. It's just, you're putting that down to let the staff know valuing you means more than telling you, great job, go to your professional development, right? Because that's what those are saying right now. We also want to make sure that we're providing a competitive compensation package, and therefore
To the extent that we can afford to, because we've got lots of variables, including, in our school district, we have lower class sizes than many of the neighboring schools, and that's done by design.
That's
because
part of the compensation,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Right.
other people may
Yeah.
get paid more because they got 50 kids.
But then if we're gonna use that word, competitive compensation package, we need to define it. And that's something that is negotiable, right? I mean, that's subject to collective bargaining, so that's never been a board goal, because, I mean, it's something obviously the board has input into in closed session.
And I think we just put compensation.
But then when you do that, it's implied. Dr. Lynn?
Yeah, it is typically not a board item, because it's a negotiation.
Right.
The board direction usually is, are we gonna decide to deficit spend or not, right? And then in that case, then the administration will get that directive, okay, we're gonna deficit spend, these are the options, and that multi-year effect.
But I think that, I get that we're opening Pandora's box. I appreciate that. But having said that, I mean, I think what we as a board may be saying, you guys correct me, if you're not saying this, is that we want to understand what a competitive package looks like. We want to understand what we offer and what's the delta between the two, if there is or isn't. Right.
And that can happen though, without you memorializing it as a board goal. You could give me that directive and I can bring that back to you tomorrow.
But by memorializing it as a goal, and I know by memorializing in a goal and putting it here, there's an understanding that we're aware of and working towards the most competitive compensation program possible.
That we can afford long-term,
But
because
that's
it sounds like
possible,
it's just,
right?
Because we value.
But I think the distinction is that we can afford, because kind of going back to some of the language we talked about here, that's in our financial environment today. But as we're looking at, say the position paper around compensation, we may, I'm not saying this is the case, but let's just say we're 10% under, and that equates to, I don't know, $4 million a year. You tell me what 10% more on our comp, is that about right? So $4 million, we need $4 million. If we can find a way to get you $4 million.
that's one-time money though, right? Because it needs to be.
Don't
ongoing.
know.
Okay.
Because I'm never gonna do it at one-time money, right?
$4 million today is $5 million tomorrow.
We're talking hypothetical.
I'm just
What you're
saying.
saying, hypothetically, we find $4 million a year.
Yeah, exactly. For me, it's always, I mean, let's just say that we decide that we want to make a change to our parcel tax to add $4 million a year. Right. For that purpose, so that we can continue to have the right staff in place. I think that's very much a board goal. I mean, first of all, this isn't going anywhere except to us.
I could not feel comfortable making that.
But we're not publishing yet, right? I mean, I think the point is, this is something we want to work towards, and this may be what you all come back. Whether it's there or not now, I don't know, but I mean.
May I suggest that you keep your goal, your broad goal. For this, I would say you need to look at some data. So I would caution you to put anything here before you have had a chance to look. Because you are going to open the door to a lot of questions and concerns where it's not really within your jurisdiction to get to that level. Now, you can direct the superintendent and staff to look and review at what you offer. If it's competitive, what can we do to become more competitive? That would be then another conversation, another session.
But for example, if you're saying, okay, if you're laying out things like, okay, you're talking about compensation, well, that's a closed session discussion.
Right.
Great. Okay, take that sub factor, do your data analysis and report to us in closed session.
We do plan to do that.
Goal. I mean, the idea is, all I'm saying is right now, that piece of paper tells our employees, if we give you a attaboy and tell you to go to professional development, we have valued you. And I'm telling you that I don't believe that that actually promotes the goal of giving or developing or demonstrating a culture of value. There is more to valuing employees than giving an attaboy and professional development. And so there are some things that are going to have to, additional things that should be listed there. I mean, every one of the things is, every one of these goals, as we're talking about, well, we're kind of opening a Pandora's box. Every one of these goals is a Pandora's box. If we don't provide high quality global citizens of our students, guess what our parents are going to do? That Pandora's box is coming. And what happens if we don't provide fiscal health and sustainability? That Pandora's box. And the same with the culture of service. If we're not providing service to our community, that Pandora, all of these are Pandora's boxes. All I'm saying is there's more to a culture of value than what's listed on the paper, and we really should be giving some more guidance of what we kind of think is important. Compensation, obviously, is one of the ways that can be valued. We're not telling you give a certain raise at a certain amount or go figure out how to do it. We're just identifying this is a factor.
Not do that. Reviewing, I would still say that reviewing data is probably good, not probably, is a good next step. Based on that, then you decide,
That's
right?
what the strategy is for every goal. I mean, we didn't say don't put down achieving the 4 A's because we need to review data. We're saying that's how you achieve that sub goal.
But here you're getting into HR. You're kind of walking into the HR, and that's not.
I don't think
Then what I
so.
would ask,
As a board, we have the ability to say, we have a goal to pay our staff competitively. That's not walking into HR, that's being a good employer.
Can I ask a
And that's
question?
what we are.
And this may go to what I'm betting that we're going back to a previous strategic plan that had a line item that said world-class employer.
I didn't write that.
Okay, so. That doesn't sound
Not
familiar.
me.
I remember coming across it once. What did that mean?
Yeah.
Because it was listed on the strategic plan, right? So what did that mean? Because I think that's getting to, that might end up coming to some of those bullets that, Mike is wanting us to get to.
I was just gonna ask that, if you're telling me that somebody doesn't feel comfortable putting down compensation as a way of demonstrating a culture of value, then please tell me how you would demonstrate a culture of value in addition to an attaboy and professional development training.
What did world-class
What-
employer mean?
What does that mean?
It can mean a lot of things, and I've always referred to San Marino Unified School District as being a premier employer in public education. And what I mean by that is we have small class sizes. We do our very best to compensate our staff competitively. It is a work environment where you come to work in a safe, clean environment with supportive parents who are going to provide you as a professional educator with whatever you need in your classroom. There's lots of monies, as Dr. Lynn knows, being a former middle school and elementary school administrator, to support the teachers' wish list, right? It's a nice place to work. You get gift cards, you get, gifts galore. You have kids that are in their seats on time, ready to work and to learn and to engage. There's a quality work environment in San Marino. It's a nice place to work, and many of our teachers stay here for their entire career. The turnover that we have is really due to either retirements, health issues, maternity leaves, a spouse gets a job somewhere else. There's always a reason. It's not usually because they're not happy here. I've not heard that. And so that is all part of it. Compensation is as well. And Dr. Lynn has looked at our compensation, and it is, we'll present that information to the board in closed session, but it's not bad at all.
The first 3 or 4 things that you just said, I think are great things to put up there.
Yeah.
Providing compensation to the extent we can. Providing competitive compensation to the extent you can. That's what I'm saying. Providing a safe, clean work environment.
So
That should
let's
be
just
up
put it up there
I
for,
mean, see what I mean?
working toward, right? Work toward. And I'm not saying that we're not there now,
I'm not saying
but
we're
yeah,
not there. We're
right.
providing academics as part of the 4A. I mean, we're there. It's just, and you may come back and say, that was the easiest goal of all goals, because we've
Yeah.
been achieving it already. Well, great, okay.
Just make the comment about what is the work class, the location,
That doesn't really mean
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
It's too
Yeah.
vague.
Right.
I want to say I think that the teacher or staff need to really recognize when they working in the unified school district is totally different from the other school district in terms of the safe issue, security issue. And then there's some, you don't know what the benefit they have. So that's the reason several years ago, I proposed have the gift policy because some teacher they get too many gifts.
And we do
So
have a
it's-
policy now.
Yeah, right. So that's the reason. It's not, I'm trying to talk about the gift value. I'm just trying to say to work for this school district actually is different from the other. That's the reason why you come here, not stay in the Temple City, right?
But we have
some really challenging.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And
Right.
it's particularly hard. It's particularly hard on young teachers, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think, while we have a safe environment, we have a demanding one.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Our community is great, but it's kind of, our community is great. It's great to have employees here, but, and yes, there is an argument to be made that employees are lucky to work here. However, we are talking about demonstrating a culture of value. And so we are, we're including the competitive, working to provide a competitive compensation package to the extent that we can, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we put up here, evaluate total compensation.
No.
No?
We're not talking about evaluating it. We're talking about providing it to the extent we can. Evaluating it is getting data information.
But providing it that's subjective, right? I mean, how do we measure that?
Well, that's your analysis.
Determining whether we provide quality academics is subjective. It's determining whether we have.
Whatever the board decides, whatever you guys want to do.
So I think what probably needs to happen, because we are at what time, we're over time. I appreciate what Mike's saying and I agree with him. I mean, I do think it needs to be on there, but you all clearly have some strong opinions that it should not. And so I think what we should do is maybe, I don't know, shadow it on there. And we're not really putting it on there, but we're basically putting it there for you to come back and explain what should be there and how we should be looking at it. Does that work for you?
Yeah, and if it's already achieved, then it's already achieved. I mean, that's fine. But I'm just saying, it's acknowledging to our employees, we do consider this one of the factors of value.
I think it's hard to argue otherwise. And so, it's also hard for me to see how it impacts negotiations, other than the fact that they may say the board said so. And I get that, but it is what it is. And we can write it in a way that minimizes that defense. But nonetheless, I think you need to come back to us And so I would suggest we just placeholder it until that happens, and then we can all understand.
And so really quickly, because I know that we're, I know that we're running up against the end time for today, but I did want to mention to the board that the thing that was missing was, you know, safety, student safety, which is very important in today's climate. I know a lot of school boards are looking at student safety.
That goes as part of our service.
Okay.
It's not high quality global citizens, but it's part of our services. We're gonna keep your kids.
Providing a safe
I think that's right.
Or
environment.
it could be a cornerstone.
Yeah.
It could be, because it applies there and to the teachers. We want the teachers to be safe.
The workers are gonna come and clean out everything, so if you guys wanna drink or anything.
Oh, grab it now.
because They're gonna clean up everything, exactly. So
Providing a safe environment.
yeah.
See, I appreciate at least putting it on the piece of paper to some extent.
Putting it
We're in the
somewhere.
middle of an open board meeting and legitimately, I mean, Dr. De La Torre laid out what she thought, you know, the important factors are. And one of them was, to the extent possible, providing a competitive compensation package. I mean, it's already been identified in the board meeting. There's no difference between identifying it and putting it on a piece of paper. It's the same.
Once we put it on the paper, then it implies that the entire board has agreed upon it as opposed to it being discussed in the conversation. Everything on that board, everything that we've written down, everybody is sort of set and been in agreement that it goes on the paper.
Well, I guess, let me ask you this question. Do you disagree with the notion that to the extent possible, we should provide a competitive compensation package? To the
I
extent
disagree that that's a
possible.
board goal. I think that when I look at these board
No, but I
goals,
asked a different question. though.
no, you asked me, then no, I would not agree because
You
if,
don't agree with that.
because it's not a board goal. I don't, I agree with that we need to, as a district, provide compensation that is competitive for all of our employees, so they feel valued, recognized, that we are meeting their needs, that they are wanting to stay in our district. But that's not, when I look at these board goals, that's not a board goal. That's starting to take us down 2 levels into the hows.
So this then is something you'll bring back and you'll talk about. Obviously, this is not, we can do here to kind of work tonight, and I don't think we'll come up with any type of agreement. So what you have here are the overarching goals. Again, evaluate total compensation, something that will come back as on the parking lot, and I'll mention it in the memo that I will send you. But these are the 4 goals that you can take back and work with your team in the next 2 days. And they will come back with additional ways that they can achieve it, right? Maybe there's something they didn't think of that's possible. So this will continue. This is not it. This session is not, it's not the complete end result. So you're comfortable with the 4 that you have? Are you comfortable taking this back with you? Any question for your board? No. Okay. All right. Understanding that you will bring back evaluation of your compensation session.
And I think so that's it for today. What you can expect is, and you are going to add more to Cornerstones for Success as you continue to work on this process. As you can see, this takes time. It takes time to have the conversations you need to have to make sure you all are in agreement. Even if you're not in agreement, you have had the conversations leading to some sort of agreement at the end, a direction for your superintendent to move forward. Any questions, any last minute before the president can join your
I just
meeting?
want to talk about the compensation. I think, well, I think everyone have the different experience. Okay, some maybe just an individual, and I don't know if that you run the business or not. But it's very important. To this school district, you know, for the last 20 years, is suffering about the physical health. So in that, we need to be realistic, you know, to talk about what we can do, what we cannot do. So on this, fiscal health get the standard solution. Just like I already talked a couple of times during the open meeting or the individual meeting. Right now, only the bank and the parcel tax, they can help us, but that just address for the current, the budget and the staffing. So there is no the extra. So in our, we need to pay attention, what we can do, what we cannot do. Yeah, everyone have a wish list, but just don't think about, this is not your money, okay? This is the community issue, and then how to survive for this school district. Yeah, everyone can be generous. If it's your money, yeah, you can issue a lot of check. This is the way, I'm doing. If I think that I'm not doable, I will not do it. Okay.
All right, thank you, Joseph. All right, Madam President.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for their participation today. I think we had a really great meeting. I mean, truthfully, probably far better than I would have ever envisioned. I mean, this is a lot to do and we managed to get through it, maybe slightly over schedule, but anyway, appreciate it very much. So thank you all and meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Are you allergic to me? I hope you're not allergic to me.